A very good afternoon and welcome along to the Modus Super Series. Thursday afternoon signifies the beginning of the second half of the week and the real marathon stages of the week as well here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. A really intriguing Group C is about to get underway this afternoon. We have a debutant in the eyes of Jamie Atkins. We've got the return of John Worley, former weekly winner. Martin Grearson is making his return to the stage as well. Returning alongside me is Mace the Ace, Chris Mason. Before we talk about the Group C action this afternoon, let's talk about the end of Group A, where Harry Gregory held his nerve in a tight race to get over the line.
Yeah, I'm sure he slept very sweetly last night. Yeah, it was a great effort. It was a fabulous group. Their daily average range was pretty much a point. That's how consistent they were over the course of 3 days. Ended up with a weekly average of around about 88. It was very good. And 32 ton plus finishes, 10 of those hit by Harry Gregory, the winner of Group A.
What impressed you so? There's so many different attributes we could talk about. We could talk about the clutch finishing. We can talk about his composure. What more than anything else were you impressed by with him this week?
Just his maturity when it looked like it could have gone wrong. He didn't panic. He just sat tight and found the right shots at the right time. He got away with a couple here and there, but as we know, you got to take the rough with the smooth in this sport. And for me, a worthy winner.
Well, Harry Gregory, as you can see there, relief as he got over the line against Gilbert van der Weyen. And he is going to be into Saturday night's final here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Well, let's have a look and see the tournament bracket as a result of that. We're going to be watching Group B later on tonight, where Kieran Tier, former weekly winner Mark Dubbridge, a man Mace knows oh so well, and Mike Gillett will join the fray alongside Harry Ward and Gilbert van der Weyen. But our focus this afternoon is on Group C. We'll talk about Group C in a second. I just want to quickly get your thoughts on Group B tonight, because that on paper looks very, very tight to call.
Yeah, super impressed with Harry Ward at times for someone who's not playing a lot of darts. But I thought Gilbert was superb. A weekly average, a 15-match average of over 91. He's going to be the danger man tonight alongside Harry Ward. And it's going to be tough for the others, depending what kind of form Dub is in right now. I know recently he's been playing very well, hit a 9-darter on the World Seniors. Very, very capable player. One thing we are guaranteed is lots of 180s.
We absolutely are. Well, let's talk about this afternoon and talk about Group C. What are you really looking forward to about this afternoon's session?
Interestingly, looking at the odds and crunching the numbers with Lee Cox, he averaged nearly 88 over the course of 15 matches. And I think he may be getting overlooked because of the start he made on Monday, losing 4 on the spin, but then bounced back to win 6 on the spin and had a tough day yesterday. What could have gone wrong went wrong. Looking at John O'Shea, there were some great moments in there, wasn't there? And ironically, he picked up more wins yesterday, and it was probably the worst he's played all week.
Well, let's have a look and see what the odds compilers think about the action in Group C. And they have John Worley off as the 7-4 favourite. Is that because of the fact that every single time he's here, he has made a Saturday night? Yeah,
I think that's based more on reputation. But again, he's a player that I'm not sure how much darts he's been playing. I'm looking forward to seeing Jamie Atkins. There's been a lot of noise about him right now and his current form. John O'Shea could turn it around. He'll have that opportunity of that reset mentality going in today. Like I said, Lee Cox at 7-1 may well be the value. Like I said, averaged 88 over the course of 5 days. Totally get why James Richardson's down there. He averaged 82, and that ain't going to pick him up too many wins in this Group C.
Why do you think it's not clicked for James this week?
Just happens, doesn't it? It's form. We've seen great players like Gary Anderson go up there and where he could be in the form of his life, knocking in 110 averages all over the place, and then you just turn up, you play one match, and it just doesn't happen for you. That's the sport. We play with fine margins.
You ready for a long day to begin, the marathon to begin?
Yep, 25 matches, bring it on.
Right, we shall see you for those 25 games, which begins with John Worley up against James Richardson. The Rumble returns to the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. A former weekly winner. He's made it to finals now on each and every single occasion he has been here. That includes a Champions Night. So the Rumble looking to return to the Saturday night fold, but his first request of the week was to have a chat with me. John, back for another stint here at the Modus Super Series. How much looking forward to the next couple of days?
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. Put a bit of practice in, so yeah, fingers crossed.
How's the form coming into this week?
I don't want to jinx anything, but I've been doing a lot of walking, going to the gym, and get my mindset right. So yeah, I think that I'll do okay.
How important is that, making sure the frame of mind is right, so when you go on the hockey, you almost feel good and hopefully you play good as a result?
Yeah, it makes a massive difference. I got up to like 22 stone, and I just felt heavy. Now I feel a lot lighter in myself. My mindset's getting there, so yeah.
Is that half the battle at times?
Definitely, yeah. You don't realise it either. People make you realise it, and someone special to me made me realise it, and I've got to work on it.
In terms of this week, what's the goals and expectations? We know you've qualified every single time you've been here for Saturday night.
Well, I'd love to qualify again. I want the 100% record, but hey, let's just take one game at a time and see what happens.
Tough group this week, but you tend to get given a lot of tough groups here at the Live Lounge.
Yeah, like everyone who comes here are good players. It's just how it goes on that day, on that stage. Every game's different. So, yeah, I'll do my best and see what happens.
I wish you all the very best. John, good luck.
Thank you very much.
So the Womble in action in the first game of the afternoon session. He takes on James Richardson, for whom this week hasn't quite yielded what he would have liked, and he is hoping that Group C sees a change of fortune. So the Womble up against Ruthless in the first game of the afternoon session, 1 of 15 we're going to be bringing you in Portsmouth. Myself and Chris Mason will describe every single game, both this afternoon and this evening, and it is a first appearance here for John Worsley this week, the 39-year-old from Chepstow, former Challenge Tour event winner and a former weekly winner under this roof. He made it through to a Champions Night before. He's hoping to reclaim those highs. As for Richardson, 50 years of age from Rushden, he's hoping that whatever happened in Group A has now been parked aside and he can have a real good stint at Group C over the course of the next couple of days. We're actually crunching the numbers and crunching the stats, weren't we, this morning? And if you actually look at the numbers of the players in terms of those that came out of Group A and the stats over the course of the week and the 12-month numbers of the players that are coming into play, this could be an evenly weighted group on paper.
Yeah, potentially. Could be very, very tight, as we saw in the top end of Group A. Of course, advantage for James Richardson is
83.
He's had 3 days of hockey time and will feel pretty much up to speed. He will
140.
be the quickest to feel comfortable of the two, and he's got to try and take advantage of that and try and jump all over the early nerves that all these players will be feeling
60.
coming in. It doesn't matter how much experience you've got in the opening leg and match of each new visit here. You'll feel a little bit of trepidation.
180.
And of course he has that, like you say, that restart, reset mentality.
This is what I like as well about the Group C dynamic, because the first round of fixtures is always the players that are coming in new to the group up against players who have played the 3 days.
Yeah, and although it wouldn't
60.
have been a memorable few days for James Richardson, you start afresh and you just go again. And with experience, you will know nothing that's gone
59.
before it can be changed.
Change the car 121.
So 121 for Richardson to break the throw in the opening leg and to lead 1-0. We saw 32 Tub Plus checkouts over the course of Group A on Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday. And that double 14 would have been to have kick-started Group C with one of its own.
Don't forget, you can talk to us direct into the commentary box via the social medias at MSS Darts,
84.
TikTok, Instagram,
14.
Facebook and X, and of course via the chat room. And Derek Coulson's in the chat room. Hi Henry and Chris, tough group this. Should be some cracking games. I wonder if that is the Derek Coulson.
Game shot on the first leg.
I believe it is, as Richardson breaks the lead 1-0, and he played superbly well when he was here a few weeks ago. He's very unlucky in the fact that the group he was placed in was just so tough. You had the likes of Andy Bolton that was placed in there. Connie Heenahan actually went on to win the week in the end. And actually,
43.
Harry Ward's also in the chat room this afternoon. He's going to be playing in the evening session tonight. That's a 10 o'clock start on the Super Series YouTube channel.
60.
He actually averaged Derek Coulson in that group in excess of 90.
Yeah, very impressive. To say, John Worsley looking very well, dropped to A good few stone.
96.
If you need any more evidence in the advantages it gives you in terms of
100.
the changes it can make to your game and your mindset, look no further than Luke Humphries.
Well, he's actually brought on board a nutritionist, hasn't he, this year, that's going to
140.
basically box up package meals and basically whenever he's on tour, and you know exactly what it's like from first-hand experience, and you're living out of a
96.
suitcase and spending half your time in hotels, it's so easy to have bad habits creep in.
Well, unfortunately, it sort of
45.
comes with the territory. It is very tough when you're a full-time player, and if you're a player doing lots of exhibitions, you tend to live on the road and
100. John Carr,
you go for
160.
convenience rather than what's best for you.
160 for Worsley. This is the second leg running. He's left this. And nearly pinned it.
120. James Carr, 102.
Well, all barring a ton plus finish, which has been the theme of the week so far. Here we go. Tops.
82. John Carr, 40.
Not to be, so Worsley returns for tops to square up at one apiece. Double 10.
Game shot on the
1-1 it
second leg.
is.
John
Two breaks in the
Wesley.
opening two legs.
Someone asking, when's Bo Greaves
Third leg,
playing?
John, the
Soon.
third first. Game on.
You'll find out a little bit more very soon.
Love from Indonesia. Welcome along. My go-to place to watch the darts.
137.
Glad you're enjoying it.
Yeah, do get in touch. Tell us whereabouts in the world you're from, whether you're tuning in from the United Kingdom, whether you're tuning in from Europe or
125.
wherever you are in the world. We'd love to hear from you over the course of the day.
Tommy, has Ash Coleman had an invite back yet? No, you won't be getting one either. You have to qualify like everybody else.
45.
He's had his invite. Had a week.
Blake Walker, great young player. Come on, Martin Grearson.
100.
From the similar neck of the woods to one another. Plays down in that Southampton series, which is a
137.
very popular tournament for players that reside locally. He's not feeling the greatest at the minute, so I hope you're keeping well, Blake, and you're
140.
on the road towards recovery as Richardson leads himself first to finish of what could be the third consecutive breaker throw to kickstart the first game.
James Snow watching from Colchester. Not overly interesting, I know. Bit like the football team.
150. James Carr, 136.
Oh, there's the first. Couldn't find the second, and so Worsley for
96, John
what would be
Carr,
the first holder
32.
throw of this game, double 16.
Game shot on this
What's
third
happened
leg.
here
John
is
Wesley.
James Richardson is just given
Fourth leg, James to
John
serve
Worsley
first.
time
Game on.
enough to settle in. Nigel Hayden.
140.
He's in the chat. All the best to Super League and Warwickshire County pal, Jamie Atkins. Hope you're well, Nige.
Harry Ward's watching from Henry's favourite place.
95.
That's a rather strange place to be watching darts.
$140.
Chris B from Chicago in the chat. Welcome along. Good day to you.
59.
Well, this opening game is kind of systemic as to what we kind of expected from this group. Tight, tense, but with a
100.
little bit of quality at times. Richardson averaging in excess of 101. Worsley 91 in this fixture. We said it as soon as we realised what the lineup
100.
was.
James
That
Carr, 121.
this could be one of the best Group C's outside of a Champions Week that we could have. I think it's so evenly weighted with so much quality in the mix. I don't think it can disappoint.
62.
And Richardson leaving himself a single to double after 12 to square this game up at 2 apiece.
140. James Ricard, 59.
Bit of pressure from Worley. Has had a bit of double trouble. 1 from 6 now.
19.
Make that 1 from
John
7.
Ricard, 107.
Well, this is to really put Worsley in control of the contest. Treble 17. Not to be, and so Richardson will return for tops to
52.
square this game up at 2
James
apiece.
Ricard, 40. Game shot on the fourth leg. James Richardson.
2-2.
Even Gilbert's in the chat.
Fifth leg, John to throw first.
These darts
Game
players
on.
got nothing better to do, like practice.
Tommy says, fair enough, but he never had a week. Well, he had an invite.
100.
Guess there'll be no 4K numbers. And what do you think that adds to
83.
my salary?
$180.
Max Worsley, his first of the game.
10:16 in Brisbane, Australia.
40.
Good timing, that. Couple of cold ones.
Yeah, I bet it's beginning to get a little
Or a
bit nippy.
Horlicks, if you wanted a warm one.
I don't think anyone in Australia has a cup of Horlicks, I'll be honest with you, mates.
97.
You just get the sense that this is the type of game where somebody just needs to put the foot down for a couple of minutes and they get over the line. Triple 18. No, he doesn't have to go for the bullseye here.
84.
All he can do is try and apply pressure and hope.
60.
And
John Ricard, 40.
that's all the pressure of a flat tyre.
Game shot on the fifth
Worsley
leg.
one
John
away,
Worsley.
13 darter, 3-2.
Good game this. 96-24 Worsley.
Sixth leg, James to throw
95
first.
Richardson.
Game on.
Let's just hope that we're starting off in the vein that we're going to continue in.
57.
Good quality first contest of the day. And we're going to see the very exciting debut of Jamie Atkins
140.
after this one when he
hang
takes on John O'Shea.
Tommy, adds to the growth of the Modus, though, doesn't it? Yeah. Have a look at Misfits boxing and see the effect that's had on real boxing. Absolutely nothing. We'll leave the
23.
analytics and all of that to experts.
$140.
Worsley closing in now, averaging in excess of 99.5.
60.
Has to be said, this is a big improvement of level from Richardson here, but Worsley's come out with a statement to make.
Here's a real question. Alan Fay.
140.
Just an observation, but I find it a bit strange that John Worsley extends his arm. Well, I think John had a very mild bout of the old yips, and
123. John
he
Ricard,
developed
81.
a style where he just locks out the arm and he's then able to go through the
Game
motion
shot on the
unhindered
last.
as
John
he
Worsley.
gets the job done very impressively, finishing the match off with an 11 darter, another theme of the week so far. The numbers are outstanding for Worsley. 101.47 the average, very good for Richardson. 90.71, but nowhere near enough. 50% on the doubles, and the highest finish, the final finish, the 81 checkout to get the job done. We'll be back after a short break with Jamie Atkins against John O'Shea.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, John Worley with an average in excess of 101, just under 101.5, 4 out of 8 on his doubles. Got the better of James Richardson by 4 legs to 2. Next up for us, we're going to watch the long-awaited debut of Jamie Atkins in this competition up against John O'Shea. O'Shea, who we've seen over the course of Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday. Yesterday, well, he averaged 84.48 up against Jamie Atkins, who we've been looking forward to watching here for a little while. Resides from the same stable as that of Danny Lalby, who did some excellent stuff here at the Super Series over the past couple of years. 35 years of age. He's from Heathcote, based up in the Midlands, England international. His yearly numbers, 88.4 running average, 40% on his doubles. And if he plays anything near to that kind of standard over the course of the next couple of days, he's going to be very lively and very competitive in terms of winning the group. But for O'Shea, are we expecting a little bit of an improvement from him as far as Group C is concerned?
Yeah, I think so. He'll be another player that should benefit from
Game on.
starting afresh. Yeah, made a final as well recently, didn't he, Jamie, on the Challenge Tour? Only losing out 5-4 to Super Series favourite Andy Bolton.
84.
Beat John Henderson en route. Fallon Sherritt, Devon Peterson, Vincent Camphouse, Jerome Miolk.
96.
This is all on the weekend, not in one go, of course. Last thing on this MMA parlay. Misfits has done a lot for mainstream boxing, right?
96.
Oh my goodness. Viewership down, subscription down, attendance at live fights down. It's done so much that they've had to run off to
81.
Saudi to take the Saudi money. Misfits boxing has no impact on mainstream boxing whatsoever. Facts, not opinions. Facts.
57.
I don't have anything.
96.
Tommy, Mace just hates anything modern, up to date, it seems. Bless him. Duzza was buzzing over Coleman when he was there. Well, myself and Glenn are two different types of people. Let's put it that way.
80.
Now, Atkins
96,
already showing
look at
signs of the
84.
quality that we know that he has. 84 to take out the opening leg in 14. We'll head downstairs first. There's going to be a dart of the bullseye.
59.
Doesn't quite go.
John
Now,
Carl,
O'Shea yesterday had
132.
3 top plus checkouts, 7 overall for Group A, but he isn't going to pin the 1-3-2 to win the first leg.
Anthony Askins, so today is today is
38.
the
Jamie Carr,
positions
25.
4, 5 and 6 from Group A, and then the 3 new players coming in. And top 2 from this group over the course of 2
Being shown on the
sessions.
first leg, Jamie Atkins.
As Jamie Atkins takes leg 1, will qualify for Saturday
leg
night.
2 on the
And
first.
tonight's session, which is a 5-player field, the top 3 will come through from that, making our 6-player field for Saturday night's finals
100.
night. Why don't you join us? There is a few tickets available. Head over to www.dartshop.tv. Well, not that I would know a QR code thing is, would I? Because I'm not very modern, bless him.
39.
But give that a scan and that'll take you straight to the landing page.
Well, I was actually having a chat with Jamie Atkins'
100.
management group and expect a big following here on Saturday night if he qualifies. And I did ask the question, would Danny Lalby be here? And the answer is yes.
49.
Maybe we'll have a bit of a catch-up and an interview with Danny.
Yes, that'd be nice. Well, maybe get him up in the commentary box for one of his matches if he does
85.
qualify.
I'll tell you what, if he wasn't a tour card holder, he would have been perfect for that influencer
96.
event. Quick, pacey, good personality.
$134.
Popular lad. Afternoon, Ricky. Hope you're well.
96. John Carr, 82.
Not a good Good night for
Game
our
shot on
football
the second
teams
leg.
last night, was
O'Shea.
it? Great finish from O'Shea. Popping out the 82 for a
Third leg, Jamie to serve
14
first.
dart hold.
Game on.
Yeah, disappointing, wasn't it?
Yeah, both Manchester City and Arsenal going out of the Champions League. City on penalties to Real Madrid.
Did you fancy City to win that one?
I just about sided with them with the fact that they're at home and that's their first. Even though the game is a draw, they've gone out on pens. Their first defeat in something like 59
140.
home games.
Wowzers.
So
Stats, Henry.
I think Real Madrid were the last team to beat them at the Etihad were Brentford just before the World Cup.
97.
That is a while ago.
November
And how about
2022.
Arsenal? Did you expect them to progress?
That was a coin flip.
140.
I genuinely couldn't call that one.
Or
But-
are they getting a bit Spursy?
Well, ever since they posted a picture of them teaming up with Prime and launching a new
96.
Arsenal edition bottle, they've played free and not won once.
No, Collinson says, Henry, bring back the QR code T-Rex.
121.
I'm not allowed to because I got told off by the bosses for that. The tungsten T-Rex, they were the days.
81. John
Well,
O'Connor,
John O'Shea
100.
right now, you asked the question, will he benefit from that restart mentality?
Game shot on
Well,
the
there's
third
your
leg.
answer.
John
That's
O'Shea.
another 11 darter and takes his average up to
Fourth leg, John to serve first.
105.68.
Game on.
An 11 dart breaker throw.
Afternoon, Lee.
180.
This is special from the man from Cork. Or should I say the Cork man?
Unscrewing the cork, isn't he, in this first match?
99.
Oh, hello. Went 4 in.
140.
For the average now in excess of 112, just under 113, 100% on the doubles.
97.
Kevin asks,
41.
who is winning next? Well, next up it is Martin Grearson up against Lee Cox. And if I knew the answer, I'd be a billionaire, wouldn't I?
132. John O'Connor, 140.
This 140 for a 3-1 lead.
Shots on.
2 10s.
130.
I think he may have had his Weetabix for breakfast.
More of a frosty man.
Other slightly less filling
133.
cereals
John
are
O'Connor,
available.
10.
Big dart. Because the miss there has opened up the
Jamie
door
O'Connor,
for
40.
Atkins to square up at 2-2. Get the break back. He'll be a better free from there. Leaving tops after 12.
If he loses this leg, he will be absolutely raging. Ooh,
Game shot on the fourth leg.
that
Jamie
will
Atkins.
hurt.
But that's where credit's got to go to Jamie Atkins, where he's just hung about
Fifth leg, Jamie to serve
despite the
first.
barrage that O'Shea has put in. And when he's had the opportunity,
Game on.
he's taken it. Well, we expected good things from this group. So far, so good.
Yeah, what will frustrate John? He had such an opportunity to just really take
97.
control of the match. But there's no adverse effects because he's straight back in the trebles.
137.
Thomas Dunn, hoping the Joker can do it today. Watching from County Waterford. What a beautiful place that is. Make some, make some lovely
140.
crystal there.
Yeah, let us know whereabouts in the world you're tuning into us from. As O'Shea piles in his second max of the match, his average just under 110 now. We're going to get the break back to move himself 3-2 in front. He'd then be throwing for the match.
140.
But credit here to Jamie Atkins. He is sticking with the task, but he may be forced to take the 1-2-4 out.
Matt has a very good point. Every time someone gets a 180 on their first visit, can we mute Henry so the 9 goes in? Good point, Matt. I concur.
Just for the 9 or permanently?
Treble 10.
92. John O'Carr, 44.
Good pressure.
Well, this would be for the second 11 of the match for John O'Shea. Tops. It'd be twice he would have broken Jamie in that range. 3-2 he leads.
Yeah, it's yet another 4-visit leg.
6 leg, John to throw first. Game on.
All right, now can he convert this lead into a win?
It's not often we get to say this after a couple of games, but he may be in a position where no one's averaged under 90 yet.
134.
To put it by contrast, there's only one average in excess of 90 in last week's Group C.
Earn your money for a change.
134.
I wasn't here. I let Murphy deal with that.
100.
I don't think we're friends now.
$140.
Someone from Kansas, Shiloh Evans, tuning in. Also James O'Carroll cheering John on from Kilkenny. Another beautiful. Most of Ireland's beautiful anyway, isn't it?
Even if he doesn't win this game, there's a lot of facets of James play you could be pleased with.
Absolutely, at the moment. I mean, through the most part, John O'Shea's been unplayable. Double 5.
That would have been for a third, fourth visit leg of the match. And this 127 to save the game.
And that would have been to wrap it up with 110 average. But this game could have another leg in it. Ball.
Wasn't too far away. And so O'Shea, double 5 to round off what has been an immaculate performance. He said he'd find a way. And find a way he has. A 13 dart on the back and an 11 and a 12 in there. A 4-2 win against Jamie Atkins of an average of 109.05. Atkins 96-97. A superb game. And that ton finish there means that he's now hit 8 ton plus checkouts for the week, John O'Shea. But have a look at those numbers. 109.05. Jamie Atkins, well, welcome to the Modus Super Series, sir. Average 96.97. It's only good enough for a couple of legs. Coming up after the break, Martin Grearson takes on Lee Cox. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, and if you've only just joined us, where have you been so far? 2 games which have been littered with quality. We've already seen 2 ton-plus averages, and we've already seen 2 players lose with averages in excess of 90. Before the break, Jamie Atkins in his debut match averaged 96.97 and was on the wrong end of a 4-2 defeat to John O'Shea, who was blistering. He was sublime, averaging 109.05. He had a couple of 4-visit legs, 4 out of 9 on his doubles. And now we're going to watch Martin Grearson, the 41-year-old from Salisbury, who's now going to have to try and follow that. What an incredible opportunity for him. ADC qualifier up against Lee Cox, who had a fantastic Tuesday, but a couple of days either side didn't quite work out to the plan that he would have wanted to, which is why he finds himself in Group C over the course of the next couple of days. Well, what is it like when you're in a practice room and you, especially in this format, because it's so unique compared to other tournaments, when you see a couple of games like that where players are lighting up like that? What is your feeling when you then step onto the stage?
Well, you do feel almost a responsibility to go up there and try and match it, because you know you're going to be
42.
Playing all of the 4 players that you've just seen in action, and all 4 produce some super stuff.
100.
Looking at Martin Grearson, averaging around about 84 for the season. His highest recorded average in official competition, 103.17. That can't be ignored. That's very impressive. Made a quarter-final recently on the Challenge Tour, and en route had
99.
Wins over Super Series regular David Davis, went over James Richardson and Thomas Banks in recent times. Also a win over
93.
Ted Evans this year. Had a win on the Challenge Tour last year against Conan White. There was a little bit of gap between his final Challenge Tour event and then going to Q School in January, so I'm not sure whether he just decided to take some time away.
As I mentioned, he plays a lot in that Southampton
100.
series, which is very popular with players in and around this region. Players do travel from the likes of Salisbury to play in it. It's actually where we picked up the likes of Ryan Finesse, because just after lockdown we needed to find players
100.
to fill spaces, and because of the COVID restrictions that were in place, we could only pick players for locality reasons, because
Travel restrictions, wasn't it?
Exactly, and you had to justify your professional status as a player
76.
to travel a certain part of the country. 88 for Cox. 2 4s.
68.
Not to be, and so
Martin
Grearson will
O'Carr,
come back to take
45.
the first leg. Don't think we said this many times today. We're on the 6th visit of a leg.
13.
And Grearson will be hoping there's a
8.
7th. Double 4.
Well, we know the importance for Lee
6.
in terms of getting off to a good start or a winning start. On Monday, when he made a losing start, he tended to dwell on that match on match.
Getting shot on the first
1-0
leg.
Grearson.
Martin Grearson.
And you get the sense for someone like Martin,
Second
getting
leg
off
leaders
to
for the
a
first. Game on.
quick start is important for him. Getting off to a winning start is important for him.
100.
Looks like similar to a Phil Taylor shirt, doesn't it?
140.
Similar to a prime Taylor visit.
It's not quite Grease lightning, but it's Grearson lightning.
115.
Will he be burning up the Tungsten Mile?
Stop it. Kurt, hope you're well, mate. The Midlands scene's so good at the moment. Jamie Atkins, Ryan O'Connor, Matt Gallett, Dan Lee, so many top players yet.
134.
Over the years, the Midlands area has produced many a great thrower.
140.
My pal Wayne Jones, who's still going along. I'm sure he's due another spot back here at some point.
Yeah,
57.
made the
Leo
last
Carr,
Champions Week,
146.
He
did
did, yeah.
the Wanderer. 146. Double 16.
Game
To
shot
continue
of
the trend
second
of ton
leg.
toppers
Leacock.
and continue the trend of full visit legs.
Yeah, that's the way to bounce back.
Third leg Martin to throw first. Game on.
Something he showed he certainly has in abundance. After a disastrous start to Monday, reeled off 6 on the spin.
A bit like his Chelsea
140.
team, wasn't it? 6-0.
Blue Army.
Please feel free
96.
to mention Blue Army in this city as often as you want this week.
Are you going on Saturday for the trophy lift?
66.
Should be a great day. Although, I've got a feeling Wigan
44.
Athletic have a fairly good chance when you consider the players haven't stopped drinking for 36 hours. They were spotted in a pub yesterday afternoon at about 2 o'clock after training.
100.
Something from the Paul Gascoigne handbook. And I hear that the end of season awards last night, I have this on good authority,
140.
was a pretty messy affair.
Yeah, I should imagine it got a bit line-up. James Lee Cox thinks he's Gerwin Price. No, he thinks he's Lee Cox, mate.
43.
I played with an Eric Bristow dart for 25 years. I certainly didn't think I was Eric Bristow.
45. Martin Carr, 152.
Grearson's got 6 from here to take out the third leg.
60.
It's actually been quite a poor game because the averages are 84 and 94. Rubbish in comparison to the first two.
Blake Walker saying Southampton dart series so good to
100.
find the
Martin Carr,
local
92.
talent for players to have shots at the Modus, such as Tommy Morris, Mike Gillett, Ryan Furness, Adam Lipscomb, Mason Whitlock. Yeah, Tommy Morris
Shot
won
on the
the
third leg. Martin Grearson.
event. Was it Wednesday?
Tuesday
night.
Fourth leg leader through first.
beat
Game
our
on.
good pal JC in the final. He's spotting for us tonight. I'll make sure he knows all about that.
140.
We won't bring it up too often.
Just once a game. He'll probably beat me up in the car park after.
140.
How did he manage to squeeze that in there? Well, this is building up to another good match. Lee Cox averaging just shy of 98.
42.
And yet he finds himself in the doldrums somewhat.
For now.
I think what we're establishing very quickly with Martin Grearson is you're going to have a reliability.
59.
And so if you step off for a couple of minutes, he's going to pounce and take advantage.
Yeah, I'm just looking down through sort of last 20/30 performances just to sort of see if there's a massive
81.
range, and there isn't really. 7 or 8 points for the greater part.
$98. $92.
So Cox first finishing this fourth leg. However, Grearson's in a position where he can put himself in control. And control he will. And put maximum pressure on.
Outstanding turn.
And having already found one 146 in the game, Cox can't follow up.
Yeah, needed another.
58. Matthew Carr, 24.
That's how impressive that max was to leave 2 12s.
Game shot on the fourth leg, Martin Grearson.
204 in 5.
So Grearson
like
leads
Martin
3-1.
gets
Having a
first.
look at the averages, 90.2 for Grearson, 91.9 for
on.
Cox. And still, we haven't had an average below 90 yet.
Man, that was after a real sedate start to this match.
15 games of this, sign me up. Well, maybe not 15 games of that.
26.
We did say that there was a possibility that Group C could be possibly the group
60.
to watch out for out of the two, and so far it's lived up to that billing. As we have a look at the angle of the darts going in the board.
All 3 players coming into this Group C from Group A
137.
all had their moments at times, didn't they? They all showed us that potentially they could fire.
140.
I think the one we did have the concern for was James Richardson, but he's shown us enough even in defeating game 1 that he's going to be competitive. Now, the issue for Martin here is because his darts sit down, if a dart at treble 20 goes above the bed,
96.
he has to run for cover.
Yeah, well, it's a tailor-like shirt, and it's a tailor-like stacking he uses
140.
as the darts enter the board below horizontal. A lot more than it looks from that camera angle, that's for sure. We'll try and get a side on. Well, you can see just briefly from that side angle that they are well below horizontal.
He's actually phoned for Peter Wright dart. Which one, I don't know. We'll have to get that Twitter account to sort it out for us. But
I actually had the Red
Magic
Dragon
Hour
brochure come
107.
through the post, and when it came to Peter Wright's range of darts, it was about 18 pages long.
for the match, 107 is going to go. And so Cox has left double 12 after 12 for the break
83.
and to
Leocard
bring it back to 3-2.
Symmetry with the previous leg.
However, a miss on double
12.
six has opened up the door for
Matthew Carr,
Grearson for the
24.
win. 2 12s for 4-1. Now the tension on the doubles.
No
Now
score.
the tension creeps
Leocard
in.
12. Game shot on the
And
fifth
Cox is
leg.
up for the
Lee
task. Back to 3-2.
Claudia asks, hi lads, how does the weight and length of points
Six leg leader for
affect
first.
dart weight and flight? Just curious. Well, the
Go on.
longer the point, obviously the more weight in the point, hence more weight towards the front of the dart. So it will affect the initial flight before
95.
the dart becomes aerodynamic in the air, and the speed, of course. So more often than not, your type of throw has to match the balance of the dart
100.
and stem length, flight type, etc. So it is very much a process of elimination.
Well, we saw it last week, didn't we, with Conan Whitehead, who trialled longer points, went up to 50
59.
mil in the end. And, well, he said that he was hitting more 180s than ever, and he did so in 25 consecutive matches. And there is that side on angle, as you can see, Mace.
100.
Yeah, there is another shot that we can get from the side, and it's just a little bit further away, and it just gives you that
100.
angle of entry.
In terms of the elbow, he gets
58.
it properly up to that angle, doesn't he?
Nothing wrong with the fundamentals of either player's throw, as Lee
180.
Cox finds a very timely max.
Well, he's just stepping up just as Grearson's put it down a couple of positions. Maybe thinking about the missed darts that he had
66.
in the
Leocard
previous leg. And
67.
this to send us to a deciding leg.
Single 18. No real damage done with Grearson back on
47.
177. He knows he'll be back.
Being our first last leg decider of the day after 2 games that finished 4-2.
99. Leocard
So double
20.
10. to take us the distance. Double 5.
10.
Doesn't go.
Martin, your
Double
car,
trouble.
78.
2 from 14.
And so Grearson is back for the win. And his first game of the week on his second appearance. And he's going to get a dart at tops. And that first dart is a beautiful lie for him.
Shot on
For
the
him
match,
to then
Martin
find
Grearson.
the tops and find a 4-2 win to kickstart his campaign against Lee Cox, who may sense a feeling of here we go again, following the end of his exploits as far as Group A is concerned. Grearson, a 4-2 victor. Another good quality contest, 86.97 and 90.32 the averages. And what a first round we've enjoyed. Coming up after the break, James Richardson takes on Jamie Atkins.
I thought I was going to win a lot more titles, but I haven't, and who knows why. The best feeling ever. You know, I was so nervous, I was just thinking, I was watching in the back room. Come on, Dana.
Will you ever shave the beard, or is it here to stay?
Two Aussie legends having a chat with one another. Paul Nicholson and Simon Whitlock talking about his life and times in the sport. Available now on the Super Series YouTube channel, on top of plenty of other great content, including the Bullseye Challenge and other exclusive interviews from the players that play here at the Live Lounge Report. So drop a subscribe for plenty of content available here from the Modus Super Series from the wonderful Live Lounge in the centre of Portsmouth.
Stop teasing the reptiles, Henry. Talking of reptiles, Nails in the chat. Cox played crap yesterday. Well, I can't wait to see you play here, Nails, because he averaged over 87 and nearly 33% on the doubles. But let's not let facts get in the way of a cool story, eh?
Right, let's talk about game 4. Jamie Atkins up against James Richardson. Both players lost their opening games, but there's reasons to be cheerful for both of them when you consider the manner of performances that they had.
Well, here's another one. He's a choker, that's why. He won a challenge tour recently. How many have you won, Jam? Just let us know. Don't need to tell us where and when they happen. Just let us know. Wow.
57.
Atkins comes, as you say, with a reputation, played for England the last
100.
couple of times, played with the British internationals at the weekend, was a part of the team that won at Glen Rose.
Yes, absolutely. And congratulations to him and them.
96.
Incredible achievement by all of the England teams there. And talking of achievements, don't often do these kind of things, but Joe Wheeler, can you give a
100.
shout out to Lily Wheeler from the Farringdon Darts Academy? She won the JDC Girls Series Event 4 on Sunday for the first time, moving her into third in the rankings. She then went on to hit a 12 dart on the Monday night on
96.
debut for her
James
team.
Ricard,
60,
161.
180, 97, 164 out. Well done you, Lily. Congratulations from all of us here. It's a
41.
much more happier note.
Yeah, let's keep with the good vibes only theme.
100. James Ricard, 120.
As Richardson looks for the 120 to take out the opening leg. Looking to climb the ladder. There's the treble. There's the single.
100.
But he couldn't
James Ricard,
find the double.
152.
Atkins 152 to take out the opening leg against Fro.
James Richardson himself in recent times had represented England, hasn't he?
80.
Alongside his
James
son.
Ricard, 20.
Am I right in saying we're the first father and son to play for England at the same time?
I do believe you're correct.
Game shot
Well,
on the
Neil
first
Richardson,
leg.
I couldn't
James
think.
Richardson.
I can't think of many others that would have at the same time. You'd probably know more than
Second
me
leg,
on
Jamie
that.
Atkins to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, at the same time, I'm not so sure.
Yeah, Jamie Atkins played well in that game he played at the
134.
internationals. Got the better of Colin Miller by 4 legs to 1, averaging 86.52. In fact, the best performance of anybody in that particular match was
26.
by our friend and colleague Scotty Dog Mitchell in a great game of darts. 101.9 average and a 4-0 win
What
against
did he
Nicky
have?
Danoon.
60.
101.9.
Yeah, so he can't be playing in the commentators thing if we do another one. That's just not fair.
Should we have a chat room
140.
special? Actually, maybe not, because Harry Ward and Gilbert van der Meyer's in there.
Ryan Hola from Murcia in Spain. Buenas
59.
tardes. Ryan, hope you're enjoying all the action.
And enjoy those sangrias as well. We're not jealous one bit, are we?
Or a lemonade. It's probably sunny there.
100.
Is that where we got to speak about responsibilities and stuff? Actually, I'll tell you what, I'm looking at this game, this match between England and
94.
Scotland. And I'll tell you what, it was a high-quality contest on top to toe. Some other top averages, Cam Crabtree averaging 97.19, had a couple of 90 averages in the Scottish side, which just weren't good
59.
enough for a win.
Jamie Ricard, 154.
154 for Atkins to square up at 1 apiece. He's got 6 from here to tie this match up.
86.
And I feel a little bit like Group A early on, which we were speaking about a fair bit. It's as if the pace, everybody again, kind of similar pace to each other. There's no one really
41.
slow in the
Jamie
group.
Ricard, 68.
Yeah, good point. I think that's what made Group A so good to watch. Cloudy
60.
said, makes sense, lads.
James
And
Ricard,
shout out to Tom
135.
Sykes, who won his first ADL Super League match the other night.
What a player he's becoming.
110. Jamie Ricard, 8.
Atkins, 4-4 for a level match.
Game
And
shot
well,
on
it
the
is,
second
1-1.
leg. Jamie Atkins.
I think Tom Sykes is becoming almost the
Third leg,
poster
James
boy for the
Richardson to throw
ADC
first.
route
Game
to the
on.
Super Series. I know Adam Warner did some bits, but Sykes is really showing that you can come from the vault system, the belt
100.
system. The next step for him now is to win a championship tour. Then he's really completed the set, hasn't he?
Yeah, that scenario. Didn't he lose the belt and then go on to win the night?
That was Quantock.
Oh, yeah.
He won the belt and didn't get through, didn't he, Sykes? But I think that was the game that made him the animal that he is now. I'll tell you what, the real nice moment actually after that, because Sykes had the belt, Quantock had the trophy, Sykes stayed for the evening, and after the session was completed, they both met up afterwards and congratulated one another on their achievements.
Classy.
Two classy individuals. One of the good guys of the sport as well is Quanny.
140. $96. $100.
Do like the throw of Atkins. Very measured.
137.
Head doesn't move
James Ricard,
a smidge.
There's not a lot in terms of the components that can go wrong, is there? And you always say a good throw should be measured on reliability, and that's exactly that in the case of Jamie.
That's why there isn't too much of a range in his game.
Double 18 for Atkins. Doesn't
70.
go.
James
And this is
Ricard,
why I wonder
40.
whether players like Jamie, who are so solid, don't get the recognition they deserve in the modern game.
Getting shot on the
Because
third
the
leg.
way
James Richardson.
a lot of things get judged and assessed, and look, sometimes us in the media can also be found
Jimmy
guilty of
Atkins to
this,
throw first.
is
Game on.
things can get stat padded at times, and sometimes the role of a player who has a real reliability can sometimes be overlooked and ignored.
I think that's why we tend to
140.
look at bigger samples and they give you a bigger range. How often do we say, right, a player's averaging 85, he starts on the
100.
Monday, may get through to the Saturday, and the build-up to the Saturday night, we look at the numbers, what is he average for the week? 85. That's where he's plateaued. That's where a certain player's game is at that time.
134.
That's not saying they can't find increments of improvement and sometimes big jumps. I think it's fair to say we've seen that with Harry Gregory this week.
100.
And this is what the Super Series can do to players, is because we see them a lot over a period of time, we actually watch the improvements unfold, whereas maybe back in the day when the only chance you got to saw players outside the tour card system was once a year at the
125.
lakeside, you saw the big jumps, whereas we can see it a little bit more sporadically.
Well, it happens quicker because they're getting more opportunity playing under the
60.
lights. They're getting more
Junior
comfortable.
Carl, 102.
They're finding a way to prepare that works for them. Henry, what do you reckon to FA Cup scrapping
26.
replays from the fourth round onwards?
But they're doing it from the first round from next season, which you're going to get me on my soapbox with that.
Well, I think it's a bit. But this is
41.
my
Jimmy
take
Carr,
on it. I
76.
think for the lower league players who could do with the extra finance from a replay, I think that's a bit harsh.
Well, what has happened is Atkins goes for tops for 2-2, pins it for 2-2.
Jimmy Atkins.
Well, basically, the FA and the Premier League have had a meeting about how things move going forwards. I think the one good thing that's
Fifth
come
leg,
from it
James
is
Richardson,
every
the
round's going to be
first.
played
Game on.
at the weekend. That's a bonus because fifth round ties being played in midweek just takes a little bit of the magic away from it. But the idea of replays are for lower league clubs to make
24.
incomes. And when you consider how many times the lower league clubs have to bend over because of the power of the Premier League and the amount of money that they have. I mean, in half of the games anyway, in the third and fourth round, Premier League teams, they field weakened sides anyway. They field their second choice goalkeeper, or they
140.
give academy players a go. So realistically, yes, they might be another fixture, but they're not fixtures really unless you're playing another one of the big sides. They tend to go strong in anyway.
140.
Now, for me, the FA Cup, I love the FA Cup. I've worked on the FA Cup, and it's a magnificent competition, and replays are part of it. I think it should be, for me, replay should be a
58.
thing up until the fifth round. Once you get to the quarterfinals, I understand at that point, extra time makes sense. But
So, Alan, in
100.
conclusion, I don't think he likes it.
anyway, I'm going to stop being a keyboard warrior and
57.
my mum's box room in Spider-Man pyjamas and Pikachu slippers. What do I-
Which house and which bedroom are you going to be in doing that?
$140.
Well, Atkins is threatening the break of throw here. Again, his average is above 90, 91.14.
81. Jamie Carr 106.
For the break. And to throw for the match in the very next leg. Treble 18.
You got the sense that this passage here is seismic. Atkins leaving
James Carr
finish just
96.
over a ton. Richardson leaving one just under a ton. And Richardson is going to take out the 96er,
56.
so Atkins
Carr,
should
56.
get a couple here to leave 3-2.
Surprised he didn't go the double-double route there.
Tops.
Game shown
3-2
the
leads
fifth
with
leg.
the
Jimmy
break,
Atkins.
and he now throws for the match.
Well, Matt believes it's easier for low league teams to cause an
Looks like
upset
Jamie to
by
throw
winning on
first.
pens, for example.
It's not so much that for me.
Game on.
It's the fact that you think about the economic impact it has on those clubs, right? Say for example, a lower league club. Say for example, Crewe Alexandra drew Arsenal, so they draw 0-0 in the first game
140.
at Crewe's ground, and then they get to go to the Emirates and they get to share half of the gate money from that.
Yeah, what was the team that played United in a
100.
cup game this season and it generated enough money for them to resurface the pitch? It was one of the lower league sides.
Well, yeah, we had Maidstone United, didn't they? Got through to the 5th round of the cup, didn't they, this year?
78.
I used to work for a football club having a Waterlooville, and they made it through to the
16.
4th round of the FA Cup, and they took on Liverpool at Anfield. And the money that was made from that day gave them a brand new stand, brand new hospitality area. It made upgrades to the bar, the
55.
dressing rooms. New commercial directors. I mean, there was an example with Marine where they beat Colchester United in the first round and then beat Havant Waterlooville in the second, and they played Spurs at home in the third.
44. James Carr 161.
Well, Richardson with time on his side here to get the break back.
59.
An opportunity missed.
$136. James Carr 102.
102 for 3-3. And to take us all the way, of Atkins on a single to double for the match.
James, you've got to go for the wire in between the 6 and the 10. You've got a big margin of error.
94. James Carr 48.
It's been unforced errors, hasn't it, at times, which has undone Richardson. It could undo him here. As Atkins has a couple at double 16. For his
Game
first
shot of the
win
match,
at the
Jimmy
Modus
Atkins.
Super Series, and he does it by getting the better of James Richardson by 4 legs to 2. Another impressive performance, average in the end just under 90, 89.27, but on the finishing 4 out of 7. Richardson himself not too bad, mid-80s, 2 from 5 on the doubles, but work to do for Ruthless. Coming up next, Cox Worsley. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Jamie Atkins got his first win on the stage, getting the better of James Richardson by 4 legs to 2, averaging 89.27 and 4 out of 7 when it came to the doubling. Next up for us, we're going to watch John Worsley and Lee Cox go toe-to-toe on the stage. As far as Worsley is concerned, averaged 101.47 in his opening match against James Richardson. John Richardson, he's a comedian, isn't he? He takes on...
Not really.
He takes on Lee Cox, who averaged 90.32, missed 12 darts at double, but had a 146 out in defeat to Martin Grearson in his opener.
First flag lead to throw first. Game on.
Imperative that Lee Banks is back here, but not the ideal opponent to be playing when you want to be doing that, because what we obviously know on the back of that performance from John Worsley, he has been putting in the hours.
And the other thing with John is, even if he doesn't average 101 again, you can trust him to run around a 95, 96 and feel comfortable there.
Agreed.
Just going back to that football match you were mentioning.
Oh, yes. Thank you to Lee Britton, who reminded us both who it was. I was listening to the whole thing on TalkSport on the way here.
I can confirm because I've had a look at my notepad.
You did the game.
I did the game! Yeah, Manchester United took a 2-0 lead early on. Bruno Fernandes scored in the 7th minute. Kobe Mainu made it 2-0 in the 13th minute. Bryn Morris brought one back in the 36th to make it 2-1 at the break. Will Evans, who was actually a Manchester United... See, this is all coming back to me now. Will Evans, who was a Manchester United fan, equalised in the 48th minute. And then Anthony made it 2-1. I remember this goal. Made it 3-2 to United. Short of an effort which hit the post, and Anthony from around about 6 yards out tapped it home, and then Rasmus Højlund getting betwixt a couple of defenders to make it 4-2 in second half stoppage time. All on the notepad, see?
Yep. Staying with the football theme, Ronaldinho. Do Littler still play in this? No, but we like to celebrate the fact that he did in those remarkable achievements which still remain unmatched. Hope that clears that up for you.
He's the only person that's here every day, Luke Littler.
Jonica 80.
So, 80 for the opening leg and a breaker throw for Worsley. Went tops.
Oh, of course. This evening, it's a double dose of darts because it's the Premier League, Rotterdam, ahoy. We'll have a look at that in the remainder of this match, and we'll see if we can pick out who's going to win.
95. Jonica 20.
If you know anything for today, I won't remember any of my predictions.
Getting shot on the first flag.
Double 10 for the break, and Worsley leads 1-0.
Right, the bloke with the spiky hair is Peter Wright. The bloke with no hair is Rob Cross.
Game on.
Also, you a tour, isn't it, tomorrow?
Yep. Peter Wright's actually playing tomorrow night, so he's going to be a busy boy.
97.
So it's Michael Smith against Luke Littler. And then Rob Cross, Gerwin Price, Peter Wright, Aspinall, MVG, 97. Luke Humphries. I'm going to go for Littler against Price in the semi. And Aspinall against Humphries. And then...
45.
Price Humphries final. Price winning.
Oh, he was superb, wasn't he, in Riesa the weekend, Gezi?
97.
Yeah, playing anybody else but a German in that final, then I think he wins it.
Yep, European Tour back tomorrow at the Glaspalast in Sindelfingen.
Easy for you to say.
81.
Yeah, one of the few venues which has actually sustained the course of the European Tour. Been there from the very outset. Oh, Paul Nicholson's out there.
Oh, is he?
For the weekend.
Nice one, Nico.
100.
I believe he's with Dan McCarthy and Dan Dawson.
Every cloud.
134.
And of course, talking about people elsewhere, I mean, Binks isn't here today. He's in Rotterdam for the Premier League.
Yeah, he's officiating there this evening.
And he left at 5 o'clock this morning to head there.
83. Leo Carr, 48.
Double 16.
32.
Doesn't go, and so Worley for a 2-0 lead, 95.
Should go ball, really.
There's only 6 left. So double-double could be the preferred play, and it was the preferred play, but not one that was executed by the Womble.
55.
And so Cox comes
Leo
back
Carr,
for double 8.
16. No score.
But he's done a Hogan.
John Carr, 40.
And so this for 2-0 to back the break-up on the previous leg with a hold in the second.
Game shot on the
Done
second leg.
perfectly,
John Worsley.
2-0.
It's in the Netherlands, so
Third leg
easy
leaders for the
MVG.
first. Game on.
If you actually look at the last 200 competitive legs played, whether it be in the Premier League, the Pro Tour, or the Euro Tour,
140.
MVG's the 10th best player. That's a worrying sign, or a worrying stat. That's the only reason I'm opposing him. I'm not saying that he can't
95.
turn up there tonight and smash it to smithereens, but I was asked what I thought.
However, if he does beat Humphreys, would you have him then favourite there one in?
55.
Not on his current form, no.
Great venue though, Rotterdam. It's the
Oh,
one
the
that we all look
atmosphere
forward
is,
to.
yeah, atmosphere is incredible.
140.
We will be tuning in until we come on air at 10 p.m. for the start of a very exciting looking Group B.
Do you get to
98.
cover that during your TalkSport days out in Rotterdam, the Premier League?
Liverpool next week.
134.
I've been to that one. That was lively.
Be lively next week and Luke Littler plays.
$140. John Carr,
So
132.
1-3-2 for Worsley for the double break in a 3-2 lead. Cox on 68, and he's going to get a poke at it.
$78. Leo Carr, 68.
16 or 8. Tops.
28.
Doesn't go, and now Worsley
John
can
Carr,
really stretch
54.
away in this match. 54 for 3-0 lead. Tops.
$34.
It's the one issue for John
Leo
because the way his
Carr,
darts
40.
sit up if a
Yep.
dart goes high.
Yeah, you've got to be aggressive on dart one.
Game shot on the
And
third
Cox
leg. Lee
was.
Cox.
And it comes back to 2-1.
Well, the
Fourth leg,
double
John
troubling
first.
theme
Game on.
for Lee, it was evident in match 1 where he was 2 from 14, missing 12. He's just 1 from 6 here. Sorry, 1 from 7.
60.
Tom Hill, I'll be missing the Premier League darts
60.
off to Halifax versus Oldham.
Yeah, National League game between Halifax v Oldham, which is being played at Accrington Stanley Stadium.
Who are they?
Exactly.
You didn't need to put on a high-pitched
40.
voice.
Well, yeah, basically, Halifax have got some pitch problems they share with the Rugby League side.
The rugby boys tore it up.
Well, the pitch struggles at the
97.
best of times, unfortunately. And the National League said the season's got to finish at XYZ point. Halifax are actually in the playoff picture. And they've said to complete the games, you're going to have to move a couple of fixtures over to
140.
Accrington Stanley's ground, who have agreed a ground share. It's not uncommon outside the Football League for things like that to happen. Truro City Oh, you'll love this.
45.
Truro City, who are the most southern club in the National League South, are playing their home games at Gloucester City, who play in the National League North.
Wow.
92.
Have the BDO taken over the administration of that football league or something?
Apparently, they're the only club that would host them because of their pitch issues.
So, Ronaldinho
97.
disagreed with me, said MBG is in terrible form with injuries and bad shoulder, yet he has still won 4 weeknights. The 3 ones he had came very early, and the one the other week, he was very fortunate.
97.
Final was woeful. Who do you have winning tonight, Henry? Do you want me to put the draw back up for you? Here we go.
59.
You've been asked, so
72.
dare you give your thoughts?
People want my opinion on something. I'll tell you what, we'll see what happens here first, because Worsley wants Tots for a 3-1 lead, and he strays the other
Next door.
side.
42.
Next door.
Leocar 143.
He's had a 1-4-6 today. Trouble 17. Good effort. On the money.
87. John Ricard 30.
For 3-1. Double
Game
15
shown on the
is
fourth
sank
leg.
by the
John
Womble.
Worsley.
Right, here we go then.
Michael Smith versus Luke Littler.
I'm going to
Fifth
go,
leg
and I'm going to
leader
write
through
this
first.
down.
Game on.
I'm going Littler 6-3 in that contest.
Ooh. Rob Cross versus Gerwin Price.
I'm going to go
80.
Price 6-4.
Okay. Peter Wright Aspinall.
This is a difficult one because we've kind of seen over the last few weeks them either turn up, play well, or it could be the count. I'm going to go Aspinall 6-2 in that one.
Wow. Michael Van Gerwen against Luke Humphries.
I'm going to go for Luke, but
60.
I'm going to go Luke tight 6-5. So that leaves semi-finals. Littler v Price.
Yep. Aspinall, Humphries.
60.
So I'm going to go. Well, I'm going to go Humphries. I'm going to go Humphries 6-2 in that one in the
134.
Aspinall game. Then I'm going to go. What do I go?
91.
Come on, you've not got one of your 7 houses on this. Just get on with it.
$140.
To be accused of not sounding exactly like you, let's go the other way. Let's go Littler, but we're going to go last leg decider. 6-5.
135. Leocar
So
87.
final, Humphries Littler, which we'll talk about possibly in the next match, because Worsley's got a chance here to win the game on 75, and he's got to get the chance to.
41. John Ricard 75.
Double 12. For a
Game shown
4-1
enough,
win,
John
and another
Worsley.
real good performance that from John Worsley. Average 88.75, finished off with a 14 darter. He gets the better of Lee Cox by 4 legs to 1. That's now 2 wins from 2 from the Womble to kickstart the day. So the tail of the tape looks like that. And coming up after the break, John O'Shea against Martin Grearson. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, John Worsley made it 2 from 2, getting the better of Lee Cox by 4 legs to 1, 88.75, and 4 from 9 when it came to the doubling. Next up for us, Martin Grearson and John O'Shea. 2 winners from the first round. O'Shea, incredibly good, 109.05 the average, 4 from 9 when it came to the finishing. Grearson, well, his average dovetailed towards the end because he missed a few match darts. So it was 86.97 in the end, but for the most part, we'll give him the credit that it was around the 90 mark. 4 from 12 on the finishing.
Yeah, be interesting to see how John goes in match
59.
number 2, because that was outstanding a little earlier. Well, we'll just finish the Premier League chat. So the 2 Lukes, who wins and how and why and where and when?
I've gone Humphreys 6-3 in the final.
Right. So finally on that,
100.
Ronaldinho again. Go look at what Wayne Mardle says about him. This is about MVG. He says it's all about Michael. If he plays his A game and plays his best, he wins. It's simple. So Wayne thinks one of the best ever to ever played. If he plays at his absolute best, he wins. Wow. It's a tremendous insight.
45.
Who knew?
$180.
Max for O'Shea.
$58.
Well,
Jonathan,
O'Shea,
150.
no hangover from that opening round performance. That leaves 82. Should be... Oh, now, I'm quite surprised there. He went for that option. But I suppose there's an argument for both.
58. Jonathan,
Well, if he hasn't found 4 visit legs so far today, he's left a double after 4 visits. And he's got all the time one could want.
15.
But now it could get a little bit messy. Was there justification for him to split with the last dart?
Or bust.
26. Jonathan, 5.
Because now he's down on 5 and Grearson's nowhere near a finish. And it's going to have to be treble 1, double 1. But he gets there in the end. 1-0 O'Shea.
It's one way of doing it. Still only a
Second leg Martin to throw
17 dart hold, even with him faffing around at the end of the leg.
$58. $100.
John O'Shea, who is raw and uncut today, having worn the Phil Barr's OD sticker patch.
30.
I believe you and Bars, he'll be sat in the booth together on Saturday.
Yep, we're going to be doing the comms
60.
for Saturday night. You're presenting, I do believe.
Indeed.
Any excuse for you to play dressing up?
$140.
Got to look smart every now and then. You've got to scrub up nicely on the odd occasion.
$134.
Actually, on the subject of Gloucester City, I've just had a message from Jack Garwood. Fun fact, I've actually scored at Gloucester City. It must have been one of those half-time penalty shootouts where the mascot deliberately dives the
100.
wrong way.
Wonder where you were going with that.
137.
Out the sewer, Mace.
So when O'Shea comes back,
95. John O'Carr,
70 for 2-0 and a break.
2 8s. 2-0.
Game shown on the second leg. John O'Shea.
Well, this slightly adapted throw he's been working
The
on.
leg John to throw first. Game
Credit
on.
to him, he stuck with it. And yes, it is day 4, but at the moment, it's paying dividends.
Better late than never. Oh, this is superb. His average goes above the ton mark again.
$83.
We've had a 10 this week. We've had a few 11s. So we're going to go one better. Yes. Yes. But it's only going to be 5.
Shame you didn't listen to that chap earlier.
Chat room fam.
60.
Thomas Dunn. I actually met John a few weeks ago at a darts exhibition with Rob Cross, and what can I say? They are both gentlemen. Took time out
65.
to speak to me for a few minutes. Yep, both absolutely delightful fellas. Gentlemen.
We're very lucky in this sport, aren't we, with the characters that we have. I mean, I work in other sports, and
140.
I think they can take a leaf out of the humble nature of the dart player. Tops. For 3-0, and that's his second ton topper of the day. A 116 and a 12 darter, and O'Shea is one away.
Martin to throw first.
And again, averaging over a ton, 102.48 right now.
Well, that's his 9th for the week in terms of a ton plus. And he might be heading towards back-to-back ton plus averages.
Robbie Everett, so much for player fatigue. What, match number 2 on a fresh day after finishing over
180.
24 hours ago. Okay, Robbie.
Well, for the second leg in succession, O'Shea is kicked off with a max.
45.
Right, there's a bit of a discussion on the chat. Well, we've got enough people watching. 1,400 or so for another max. Can our team in that department put a vote up? Best player ever, Taylor or MVG?
60.
Well, O'Shea here looking to finish off in perfect style. But the 7th dart goes a-begging.
105.
It's on the 10.
Be the second of the week.
$60. John
Well, to
36.
bring it home in near perfect style. 99.
27.
And that would have been 109 average, followed by 111, and he knows.
And that was
Because he's going to have to burn another dart, isn't he?
And that was despite a leg where he had to flounder around on the double 1.
$100. John Ricard 9.
Well, he was on a 9, and now he wants 9. Oh,
No
and he's
score.
bust it. And that wrecks the average down to 101.
So am I, Robbie. I'm talking about O'Shea. Why did you mention player fatigue? It's
78.
match number 2 after
John
they've had
Ricard 9.
24 hours off.
2 4s. Devesh should get over the line. And over the line he
John,
is.
match, John O'Shea.
Well, the average in the end was 96.97. He missed a dart for it to be 111, but nonetheless, O'Shea is over the line. He gets a better of mine, Grearson to 0. Coming up after the break, it's James Richardson in action up against Lee Cox. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we have completed 2 rounds of fixtures on the opening day's play in Group C. Before the break, John O'Shea got the better of Martin Grearson by 4 legs. That was the last game in the second round. Prior to that, Worley and Atkins picked up victories 4-1 and 4-2 respectively. But what a day we have seen so far. The averages, well, they have been quite astronomical up to press. O'Shea missing a match dart for an 111 average. In the end, it was only a 96 in that game against Grearson. Richardson and Cox kicks off round 3 here at the Live Lounge. 2 players who are searching for their first win of the group. Richardson losing out to Worley in his first game, and Atkins in his second. Is for Cox. Well, he lost to Martin Grearson and John Worley in his 2 games up to press. So, the first game of the third round, and for these 2, it is must-win territory.
Absolutely. Not sure if you've had a poll up yet, but I love this comment here. MBG is better than Taylor. Taylor would never have won 16 world titles in this stage of years. Go and,
First leg, James.
if you're going to make a claim, go and have a look at Taylor's numbers, tournament averages, and see how comparable they are to today's. Jimmy says Taylor had 100 plus average
100.
and the rest of the field had like 80. Well, I asked you to just pick me a random year, and for some reason you went for 2007. A little annoying, but maybe you were being smart, Henry, because that was the year Taylor, of course, beat me. So let's have a look at Taylor's run. He beat Mick McGowan 4 sets to 1. McGowan averaged 101.82, Taylor 109.
45.
Then Taylor beat me with a 99.34. I averaged 94.78. Then he played Darren Webster. He beat 5-1 with 101.61. Webster 95.13. Then he played Andy Hamilton, where he averaged 105.9. Andy averaged 91. And then he played Barney in the final, where he averaged over 100, and Barney averaged nearly 101, winning 7-6.
47.
Must be a new darts fan, I say. Just started watching. It's like people that think football started with the Premier League, don't they?
If that was the case,
23.
Liverpool would only be once champions of England. And half the people in the world think that should be null and void because it was during lockdown.
83.
Hasten to remind you that they were 1 game away before lockdown from winning the league title.
60.
Just a couple or a few too many wayward darts at the moment, and a
40.
shake of the head, just acknowledging that it's just not happening today.
$133.
Is there rightfully that there could be, and you know he spoke about his
55.
mindset, that
James Ricard,
mental
82.
barrier just begin to come back into play again potentially.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. Bull. Is he thinking about... Just for a
57.
moment,
Leo Carr,
I
131.
think he was contemplating the layup.
He's going to come back for 25 to take a 1-0 lead.
79. James Ricard, 25.
17 double 4. Down for 2 twos.
Getting shot on the
No
first leg,
doo-doo. He
James
leads
Richardson.
1-0. Richardson here,
Second leg leader through
there might be a
first.
possibility
Game
in his thinking that he can really build up a head of steam and maybe get this game won sooner rather than later.
100.
Yeah, both players desperate for a win.
140.
And I think the one striking difference with James is, we know at his best he's a prolific 180 hitter, and that sharp shooting hasn't quite been on show this week in
140.
comparison to previous appearances here. Scrap that. Right on cue.
$40.
And now has the throw in the second.
$58.
Well, this is actually a battle of Ipswich Town and Chelsea on the stage, which could well be a Premier League fixture next season.
$57. James McCall, 123.
Right, that last on this one, Ronaldinho. What about MVG 140 in
55.
average versus Barneveld in World Champions? Yeah,
164.
amazing. But individual one-off performance. Let's have a look. Just listen to this. In the period from 2008 to 2011, Taylor's lowest tournament average was 104.29. Tournament average, while his highest tournament average was 111.54 for the entire tournament, the European Championships.
94.
The end.
James McCall, 68.
You won't win this battle.
Will Richardson win this battle for 2-0?
Game shot
And
on
it
the second
goes
leg. James
2-0
Richardson.
Richardson leads. You actually mentioned that European Championship and you mentioned James Richardson because that European
Looks like James
Championship
is going first.
was the one and
Game on.
only event in history that was broadcast by the TV channel Bravo. And James Richardson was the host of that particular tournament on the channel.
134.
He was. I worked with him.
Did you? Who else was part of that team?
Pretty sure JR, John Rawling, was involved.
60.
I bet there were some fun evenings afterwards. I remember the stage set for that tournament because obviously Bravo's logo
96.
was like a wolf or something like that with like ears
Yeah.
pricking out. So on the stage around the surround they had it encompassed.
What was
on
the one? What was the one? I can't remember. There's another one I worked for. They did the US
100.
Darts Masters and
Challenge TV,
yeah, Challenge TV, and then
Nuts TV.
Nuts TV did one as well. That was quite interesting.
41.
Yeah, I remember Bravo. They used to do. Do you remember that? Do you remember that program Street Crime UK? And that was where the infamous. You know where I'm going here.
45.
That was where that infamous. Don't call me Baldy thing came from.
Yeah, that was incredible.
80.
How have we got here? Let's move back. Richardson run 50 for 3-0 lead.
So you definitely are new to darts. We get it. You're a big Taylor fan. That's
100.
hilarious.
James McCall, 150.
Dear oh dear, Jimmy. I think I'm gonna have to give you a timeout in the chat. Wow, I've heard some funny things in my
110.
life.
I don't know. You've been in the press and said that you were best mates in the past.
100. James McCall, 40.
Tops
You
of
wanna-
3-0.
You want to stop reading the sport, pal?
Game shot on the third leg. James Richardson.
3-0 Richardson. He's a leg away
Full leg
from what would be a
leader for the first. Game
convincing
on.
win over Cox. It's not been a game with quality, but Richardson's just
60.
doing what he needs to do.
This is even funnier. I will win this battle. MVG is only 40 titles behind Phil Taylor, and he's only 34. How many titles do you think was available when Taylor was playing? There's 3 times as many tournaments. Dear oh dear.
134.
There's no question that MVG is unbelievable, one of the greatest to ever throw. He will never rival Taylor.
100.
I'm going to end it here. There's only one sport in the world where you can have a legitimate claim as to who the GOAT is, and that's in tennis between the big three.
58.
Whereas with Djokovic, Nadal and Federer, there you can make a genuine argument.
Correct.
But I like John McEnroe's
57.
approach on it. Djokovic's the GOAT on the hard court, Nadal's the GOAT on clay, and Federer's the GOAT on grass.
Yep, I'll go with that. Taylor in this era would not win
43.
more than 3 world titles. So the same as MVG then. You're not very smart, are you?
83.
For the match, compose yourself, Deacon.
60. James Yakar, 120.
To wrap it up in style. Not had a. Oh, I was going to say we've not had a ton plus out yet in this one.
Well, he's already had a
89.
146
Yakar,
today.
146.
He needs it to keep himself in the contest. Treble 18. Oh, he stays there. Double 13. Oh, beautiful.
on the
Just when he
fourth leg.
needed something to go his way, he's found the 146.
This aged well in the chat.
Fifth leg, James
Don't
is
invite
first.
Lee back.
Game on.
He's not up to it mentally as he takes out 146 to save the match. And recently won a challenge tour. Okay, Jam.
79.
See, there's a theme. You can see why this whole internet fame and all that works, because it's just a load of people chatting about something they
96.
know nothing about. It's great.
$99. $60. $81. $85.
Well, Richardson now looking to
$80.
rein in the win. But he's left himself on a bogey.
$100.
Well, he's just taken out 146 to save it. May have to take out 160.
105. Leo Carr, 160.
To bring it back to 3-2.
$60. James Yakar, 57.
For 4-1 success, it's Tots to Richardson.
Game.
For a
shot
brilliant
and a
win.
match, James
And
Richardson.
Ruthless is on the board. As for Lee Cox, it's 3 games, 3 defeats. He's got a lot of work to do from here. And unfortunately for him, he knows all about that. So that is the tale of the tape from that particular affair. Cox with 2 146 outs, but it was the only leg that he won in the contest. Richardson running out a 4-1 victor in that particular contest. Coming up next, Jamie Atkins up against Martin Grearson. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we've reached the middle of the session, and we're going to watch Jamie Atkins and Martin Grearson in action. Atkins on debut here at the Super Series up against Grearson, who's made his second appearance in this competition. And the way Jamie Atkins has played today, now, we were saying that he's a player that has felt like the opportunity is one that he has deserved for a little while now, and it's an opportunity which he has taken to a large degree, and you just get the sense on the passages of play so far today that if Atkins plays to the level and the numbers that we've seen from him so far, he should get over the line in this contest.
You would think so. I do like the look of Jamie Atkins, just his mannerisms and his approach. I mean, even in that 4-2 defeat to
100.
a pretty much unplayable O'Shea, I mean, he still averaged 97 and did get or create 6 opportunities at doubles.
And it's one of those you just have to shake the man's hand and say you were better than me. But I'll tell you what I did like about Jamie was at no point, and look, the averages suggest it as well, was he dug in for anything and everything that he got in that game. And that said a lot about his temperament and his mentality.
Yeah, because it's not just all about the ability to play. It's the ability to play under pressure and the ability to remain sane when things aren't going your way. Sean Bennett, Mr. Mason, I love ball zone it was on. How many times did you appear? I didn't start playing until 94, 95, and I think it was already finished by then.
Would that have been the one thing you would have loved to have done? Appear on Bullseye?
Yeah, in its heyday, but I wasn't playing then, so...
77.
Grandmother had wheels and all of that.
Oh, poor Ronaldinho. He's butthurt. MVG has won 40k this year with just 4 nights of Premier League. That 64. Is more than Chris Mason will make this year. Well, you can't fault his sense of humour when he's wounded.
85. Junior car 120.
The ladder. Well, he's going to have to find a way above and has to move across. He's only really got the left-hand side to aim at. Went for the right side. That's just above the treble
60.
wire.
Marcio car 140.
Half the score. So Grearson for the break in the opening leg. Another one of them. He's got so much of the bed to find and gets
Super dart.
Super finish.
Yeah, I love that. That's a sign of real confidence. Didn't just throw the dart the same. Picked the open bed.
Martin to throw first.
And then found the double 10. Super stuff from Grearson. They made Jamie a big favourite here. 4-9. Martin 13-8.
100. $97.
Now a darts question from Dean Peps. Do you think Wade will ever win a world title, or is that past now? I think his best opportunity came when he led Lewis in that semi-final. Windgate one, isn't it?
Yeah. One of only 2 occasions where a 4-set lead in the World Championship match has been succumbed. The other one, of course, came this year, that infamous quarter-final between Chris Dobie and Rob Cross.
Yeah, that was a remarkable game.
A remarkable World Championship.
Yes, it was, from start to finish. Pleasure to have worked on that
140.
one.
Got a question for you about the World Championships in the next leg, but let's see how this one concludes.
100.
Both players on a finish, but Atkins has taken the darts. 164. Another one of them. Leaves the bullseye. There's almost an
139.
exchange of ton
Mastercard
plus outs. This would be for
156.
2 on the spin for Grearson. And again, he's got lots of room at the end. Finds it again. 888. It's a finishing
He's on the second
masterclass
leg.
on Martin Grearson. A 140 in the first, a 136 in the second, and he leads 2-0.
Third leg, Jamie to throw first. Game on.
Absolutely stunning.
All right, to my question for you, Chris, because everyone says it all the time about best world championship this, best world
58.
championship that. In your mind, what was the, and it could be either code, PDC or BDO, and from 78 to now, what would you say was overall the best world championships from start to finish?
140.
Or your favourite, potentially?
2007 one was really, really special.
58.
As was the 1994 breakaway one as well, with Dennis Priestley, of course, winning his second world title. But
80.
2007 was pretty remarkable, wasn't it? I mean, there's been so many since that have had so many individual moments, but
59.
in terms of drama and putting the sport on the map, 2007 was pretty damn special.
Does anyone know where there's VHS copies of the 94 World Champs? Because all you ever see is that
60.
final leg of Priestley beating Taylor.
You mean as in...
Archive footage.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of it's on YouTube.
140.
For the first few years, they won the PDT World Championship, got less money than the
60.
BDO Tour. Changed about 98, wasn't it? Something like that?
Yeah, it could have been around about there, actually. Because I was flip-flopping in between the two. I played 96 Embassy, 97
58.
PDC, 98,
Martin
99,
61.
2000, 2001 BDO, and then the rest was in the PDC.
Well, that would have been for a hat-trick of
78.
tub plus outs.
Junior
Chris,
car
who do you think is the
128.
third best player of all time? Eric Bristow.
But essentially, we've had this
52.
conversation in the past. and
Matthew Carr, 83.
you said James Wade's the only player about a world title that make your top 10.
Yeah, he would. He certainly would. I'd put him in and around P10.
Game shot on the third leg. Martin Grearson.
Well, Grearson is moving through the gears and hoping to move his way up the
Fourth
grid.
leg,
He
Martin to
leads
throw first.
3-0, and now he can see the home straight, and he has the throw to seal a 4-0 victory. And after a pattern of play where we saw a plethora of 4-2s, it would be another comprehensive result in this match.
43.
And you would perhaps argue, and this is not with a disrespect at all to Martin, but on the basis of how Jamie's played, this would be a comprehensive win perhaps against the odds.
60.
If Ronaldinho was a darts player, he would. Oh God, is that a typo? Should that be dog?
140.
Ronaldinho is actually a bit of a Portsmouth fan, the player.
Is he? Oh, the footballer.
Yeah, well, we played AC Milan in the UEFA Cup.
56.
And he famously said that Fratton Park was the best atmosphere he'd ever experienced in football.
Wowzers, that's some compliment.
Not the only one. Jose Mourinho said similar. Sir Alex Ferguson said similar.
100.
Thierry Henry has said similar. Thierry Henry actually wore a Portsmouth shirt after a game when he played for Arsenal. Such was the support that particular evening.
115.
I go close to it pretty much every day. You had to go in there. Maybe next season we'll go and watch a game.
140.
There'll be plenty of time to next season. But time's running out for Jamie Atkins here. Grearson 78 for a 4-0 win. It would be his Second win from
100.
3 matches.
Car 78.
Yeah, this is a big surprise, isn't it? Has to be said.
But what we're learning very quickly is the reliability of Grearson. Tops for the match.
Game.
And
shot
that's
on the
4
match,
from 4 on the
Martin Grearson.
doubles. 2 ton plus checkouts. A remarkable performance for Martin Grearson. Jamie Atkins was kind of left in the doldrums in that particular encounter. Grearson, a 4-0 winner, averaging 92.5. Were perfect on the finishing. And those 2 ton plus outs, well, that swung the game in his trajectory. Coming up next, John Worley and John O'Shea. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we saw a fantastic performance from Martin Grearson before the break. 92.5 average, 4 from 4 on the doubles, and 2 ton plus outs in the first 2 legs to beat Jamie Atkins to 0. That's how the table looks. O'Shea, Worley, Grearson all on 4. Richardson and Atkins of the solitary win, and Cox yet to get on the board as far as today's session is concerned. Right, game 9, the final game from the third round of fixtures, sees Worley and O'Shea go toe-to-toe, and the winner will take the early ascendancy as far as the table is concerned. Both players have been ultra good. This really could be game of the day as far as Group C is concerned.
Absolutely agree on the form both have shown.
Well, O'Shea averaged 109 in his opener against Jamie Atkins. Average 96.97, but that's because of some issues getting over the line.
John Worley
If he
to throw
hit
first.
his first match dart available,
Game
he
on.
would have averaged around 111 in that contest. He blew away Grearson. As far as Worsley's concerned, he got out the traps of 101.5 average, 50% on the doubles against James Richardson. Before then, averaging 88.75 and getting the better of Lee Cox by 4 legs one. Again, doubling's good in that particular game.
100.
4 for 9 on the outer ring. Opportunity for these two players to make a real statement and to take a real ascendancy at the top of the table with a victory in this one. And I suppose it should also be put the fact that these two are going to be meeting in the middle of the programme tomorrow. And when these two meet in about 24 hours' time, this could be possibly for qualification. Who knows?
100.
Yeah, it could be down to those fine margins. Only 2 progress. Well, there was quite a reaction to me saying that I'd have James Wade in my
97.
top 10, yet he's not won a world title. So would you put everybody in the top 10 who's won just one world title? But strange. 4 times a world championship semi-finalist, a world match play winner, a world Grand Prix winner twice, a UK Open winner 3 times, runner-up in the Grand Slam 3 times, European champion 1 time, a Premier League winner, a Champions League winner, a Desert Classic runner-up,
96.
a Masters winner, a World Series of Darts finals winner, 21 Pro Tour titles, 36 PDC titles. Yes, he's definitely in my top 10.
105.
He's won titles in 3 different eras.
He's won the UK Open in 3 different decades.
40.
Exactly.
And also, most importantly of all, he's won the Cosham Exmouth Open in 2003.
Second leg, John will show you to throw
1-0 Worsley. 1 in there as well, Las Vegas Desert Classic now.
28.
I've spoken to 1 or 2 players who played in that tournament in the past, and all I hear is reeks of fun regarding that particular competition.
Well, it was in Vegas, and it was remarkable.
100.
There was a couple of tournaments we did back then. We did the US Open at the Mohegan Sun
96.
in America, and that was out of this world. But yeah, the years of travelling to Vegas for not just that tournament as well, the North American.
96.
Is there, and I know the calendar's very condensed as it is, but would there be a fit for there to be another
99.
big tournament to be played in North America, in your opinion, apart from the US Darts Masters event?
Yeah, I'd like to see one go to Boston. Mason reading the Wikipedia. Well, if I knew that off the top of my head, then that would be quite remarkable. I'm just making sure I'm right, that's all. You know, it's a thing. Not the thing.
140.
O'Shea looking to hit back in leg 2. This has got the makings of a contest which
40.
could go all the way.
138.
138. Well, this was a World Championship winning finish once upon a time.
58.
Also won the World Grand Prix in October. By the way, I've just got another idea. What about an event in
100.
Boston on St. Patrick's
John
weekend?
Car 80.
Could you imagine? That would be electric.
45. John
Well,
Car
O'Shea
84.
has missed an opportunity to level up this, to get the break and to lead 2-0. And he's going to have 2 at double 12. And there is just such a reliability with John Worsley in his doubles today.
Yeah, there's a real air of confidence.
Third leg, John Worsley to throw first. Game on.
Well, it's his 6th appearance here, and he's never failed to make it through to a Saturday night. That includes a Champions Night in there.
140. 85. 134. 134. 135. 43.
Well, we said earlier on that even if Worley doesn't hit the mesmeric kites of 101 again,
60.
we can trust him to canter around the 94, 95 region. That's exactly what he's doing here. 94.21 the average. 2 from 3 on the doubles. He's doubling today. It's been delightful. 4 from 8, 4 from 9, 2 from 3 in this contest. His combination finishing as well. He's had high check as of 81, 75. He's had an 84 in this game. He's got 84 again. Rinse and repeat. Double 12. And you know the rest.
Game shown on the
3-0 Worsley.
John Worsley.
Yeah, you know the story.
Fourth leg, John O'Shea to through first. Game on.
However, this has been a week that's tested our official Paul Hinks. So you've had Harry and Harry,
95.
John and John, James and Jamie.
It's like Luke and Luke making the final.
140.
But how many Johns have won world championships? Oh, someone's come up with a tournament there, the Golden Harvest.
60.
Yeah, in Saskatoon. That was another tremendous week away. Of both codes. It's John Parrott,
140.
John Walton,
Yep.
John Lowe.
108.
And we'll leave the fourth one for you at home. That's in the treble, that second dart, and so is the third
140.
one. He's left himself 81 after 9. His average now in excess of 103. In the latter half of this game, he really has put
60. John Nicart, 81.
his foot down. He's had 2 finishes of 84. He could finish with an 81, and he could finish with an 11 dart leg, double 12. He isn't going to miss this, is he? There was
Game
no
shown
way
on
he was
John
going to
Worsley.
miss. An 11 darter, 103.66 average. The one ball makes it 3 wins from 3. He gets the better of John O'Shea by 4 legs to 0. They have a discussion about the match that they have just seen. Combination finishing from the gods. A couple of 84s and an 81 in there. John O'Shea averaged 85.68, and that was effectively a scoring average because he only had a solitary dart at the double in that particular match. Coming up next, Lee Cox and Jamie Atkins. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we have played 9 games in our afternoon session in Group C. And this is what we've seen. And what we have seen is excellence throughout. And John Worley continuing that trend. A 4-0 win against John O'Shea, averaging 103.66. Missed just a solitary dart at a double, and his combination finishing was well on point. And so that means he is now word perfect as far as the group is concerned. 3 wins from 3 to kickstart his campaign. And it means that he's top of the pile from John O'Shea and Martin Grearson in second and third respectively. Richardson and Atkins have a solitary victory to their name, whilst Lee Cox is yet to get off the mark. But he could get his first victory in this next game, because he takes on Jamie Atkins. It's our 10th game of the afternoon session. And this could be an intriguing one, Mace.
Yeah, it's all about who's going to bounce back. And no, it's not John Henderson. I'm on about a regular World Championship, not a Seniors World Championships.
No context, Mace.
First leg leader through first.
Well, Lee's going to have the throw.
Game on.
Yeah, both on the end of heavy defeats last time out. Lee going down 4-1. Jamie going down 4-0. In what was a surprising result.
Just felt like a game where it just never really got going. And in fairness, Grearson hit him with a couple of sucker punches right at the very beginning, didn't he?
Yeah. That finishing
78.
from John Worsley was remarkable. Missed a solitary dart at tops, and then 84, 84, 81. 3 double 12s on the spin.
90.
Well done, John Hughes. He gets it. Jockey Wilson was the other one.
John Thomas Wilson, champion in 1982 and 1989.
Well done.
The famous line of Sid Waddell: "They'll be singing, they'll be Highland flinging." First win from outside of England.
And it was
134.
a remarkable final, wasn't it? Eric nearly producing the greatest comeback of all time in 89.
And come back in more ways than one. People forget what he came back from to then reach the summit of sport. Kane didn't win another world title, but he made it back to number 1. He won a World Masters, if I'm right in saying, in that time.
Yeah, won the biggest prize in darts at the time in Japan. I think it was £46,000 it turned out to be when you did the conversion from yen to pounds. Beat Russell Stewart in the final.
Good player. Decent start for Atkins, looking to break the throw of Lee in the first leg.
100. Jamie Lucar, 60.
Even more remarkable was making the semis in 97. Being edged out by Taylor in the end. Ooh.
40.
I think you'll need
William
a new stem,
89.
pal.
Well, this to take the opener. Well, he chased the treble and he's paid the price there, Lee. And so Atkins will return for the break of throw while running some repairs, Guido style.
53. Jamie Lucar, 20.
Pete stop.
Yeah, running repairs, just popping a new stem and flight in.
Game shot on the
1-0
first
Atkins,
leg.
break
Jamie
of throw.
Atkins.
Yes, James.
Second leg, Jamie to throw
Reece
first.
Welsh. Well done.
Game on.
Billy Barton. Is Scott Taylor due back again this series?
Has already played.
47.
Played in week 4, failed to make it through. However, he did play an inspired Neil Duff in the final.
Did he play the full week?
82.
Yes.
So he is still eligible for a Thursday and Friday, Group B or Group C.
60.
Very easy, James. Bobby George.
100. $97. $70.
Here's an idea from an event. Just looking at the news of the world in the chat room. 32 players or 64 players,
137.
whoever the time constraints fits. Best of 3 legs.
I agree.
60. Junior
And
car
do you know the
160.
perfect sponsors would be? Now.
And now was almost the
120.
time to find a ton topper.
Oh dear, Ronaldinho's back. If you're so good at darts, why can you not even win a senior
100.
tournament?
Junior car 40.
Double 10.
Getting shot on the
2-0
second
to
leg. Jimmy
Atkins.
Atkins.
Go on then, you got right to apply to that one, Mace.
Third leader through the first.
I
Game
don't
on.
recall saying I was ever. I'm a commentator. I don't recall ever saying I was any good. But if you'd like a game for 10 grand, I'll give you my
100.
email. Get in touch with the show, and we'll do it on that stage. Any time you want, any length of match. Let's do it.
180.
Well, that's Atkins first of the game.
You'd have to see if you've got that much in your
97.
money box, or ask mummy and daddy maybe.
$56.
This is a good one. What's the best comeback of all time? Got to be Hamilton versus Whitlock. Yeah, that was a
134.
remarkable fight back, as was Rob Cross against Chris Dobie.
Careful that recency bias, Mace.
133. Leo car 170.
The fish and the champagne shot, both on offer.
So that would be rather
87.
ironic if that had gone in for Lee with the
132.
trouble he's had on the finishing.
Trouble 19 would have left a dart to the ball, and so Cox comes back.
64.
83
Leo
to
car
reduce the
83.
deficit back down to 2-1.
Double 16. Oh, a long way off. He's just lost his
Getting shot on the
belief
third
and
leg.
confidence
Leacock.
on dart 2, but found it on dart 3. Billy Barn, do you think it's better to play a
Full
full
leg
week
Jamie
or
to
come
throw
into Group
first.
B or
Come on.
C? I think to play a full week because you've got multiple options to qualify. You can do it on Group A, and if you don't, and you've finished high enough, you can go into
93.
Group B where 3 from 5 go through, which is a 60% chance of qualifying, of course.
However, I mentioned this a couple of days ago about Bradley Brooks. He obviously was
60.
put into the B scenario, and he played a local tournament the night before, hit a 9-darter, won it, and that just gave him the confidence to come into this
60.
with a bit of momentum. And from that point onwards, won the week.
Yep. Confidence is everything, isn't it? Belief. Dare to dream.
140.
As Blur famously said, confidence is a preference in the habitual voyeur, which is known as dart life.
83.
And I feel like confidence
59.
is something Lee Cox could do with drawing upon at some point.
Rightly starting. Down on the 19s.
133.
Well, for the second leg in succession, Atkins has left the champagne finish. Average just above 90, 2 from 6
60.
when it comes to the
Junior car
doubling. It's been a
132.
tidy performance up to press, and he's got 6 here for a 3-1 lead. That's deciding to stay away from the bullseye.
92.
But he is going to leave himself on tops upon his return to put himself 2 clear.
Well, Patrick's back. Where's the best place to eat in Singlething? And
180.
Wouldn't know, never been there.
40.
Nor is he. Tops a 3-1.
Getting shot on the fourth leg. Jamie Atkins.
Oh, here's one. Gemini's undone. Chris, where
Flag
would you
leader
put
to the
John Lowe
first.
in the top 10 of all time?
What a question, by the way.
Yeah, middle-ish somewhere. 3 world titles in
134.
3 different decades, amongst many other achievements, including that wonderful 9 in '84, and loads of other titles as
140.
well.
Is it more difficult in terms of players like John Lowe, Bob Anderson, Jockey Wilson, because of the era where they're at their
140.
peak?
Yeah, although the opportunities were aplenty, the profile of the game has
46.
changed massively, but John's achievements speak for themselves. He was a wonderful player.
100.
He's actually going to be at a Modus exhibition later on this year, so head over to dartshot.tv for more information on that.
On the
96.
well,
Will
sort
you
of
go
goes forgotten, but
127?
also won the World Masters a couple of times, didn't he? And the News of the World back in 80 or 81. Yeah, he won
44.
loads of titles, and his British pentathlon record, which is without doubt probably one of the hardest things to play in, because it is so stamina sapping.
180.
He won that
Will you
10
go 83?
times.
To keep himself in the contest, double 16. He's already taken out an 83 in this game,
51.
but he's not going to do it for a
Junior
second
car,
time. And
39.
so Atkins returns for 4-1 success. 39 is what he's looking for. And he's going to have a couple in hand at double 16.
7.
But it grazes the wire, but it doesn't find a
Video
way
car,
in.
32.
And so he gets another go.
Getting shot on the
Pins
fifth
it
leg.
back to
Lee
3-2,
Fox.
but Atkins does have the darts.
Some other great comebacks. Rob Cross versus Gurney at the match
Six leg
play.
Jamie to throw first. Game on.
Will Barney win a 6th world title? No. Wade versus King in the Masters. Yeah, that was really... Yeah, that was
87.
another absolute cracker. There's been just so many over the years, hasn't there?
140.
I think we need...
Phil Nixon nearly in against Martin Adams at Lakeside.
I think what we need to do
97.
is between all of us, me, yourself, Glenn, Nico, Edgar, Murph, we should all sit down one afternoon and we do like a
60.
top 10 of various things and put all of our answers together and put them in like separate videos as part of a mini series.
I agree. Chris, where's Barneveld in your list? Top 10.
121.
I did have it written down somewhere, but my top 10 doesn't necessarily change, but sometimes I question the order they're in. But yeah, Barneveld a top 10 of all time for sure.
Well, that maximum for Cox, he must have thought that he put himself in a great position, but Atkins has found a max to leave him on a double to complete the job, averaging 95 and change. Cox 90.92, and he needed to
96.
pin that bullseye to have any chance of staying in the match, you feel. 33% on the doubles, Jamie Atkins, and so with 3 in hand on double 8, you'd expect him to take the match out. One left.
8.
Well, from
Leo
3-1
Carr,
down, Cox has a
25.
chance to take us all the way.
9 for double 8.
Game shot on the 6th
3-3.
leg. Lee Fox.
This child's still going on. Let's play a match for 10,000. I'll come to the venue on Saturday.
Seventh
Fine, I
final
don't
leg,
even have a
leader
set of
to
darts with me.
first. Game on.
Bring it in cash. Thanks. Ooh, James McCarran. Where would you put yourself, Chris? I wouldn't. I leave that to others. I wouldn't even know.
And no, I'm not answering that question.
90.
Well, Atkins had the opportunity to win this game 4-1 But Cox here, he's gone
140.
5 deep into the 9.
Someone saying Scott Waits versus Wade. Yeah, if it wouldn't have been such the capitulation of Wade in that game, I'd consider it. But it was more about what Wade did or didn't do than what Waits did, in fairness.
105.
Oh, some of the comments in the chat are aging well here. More dinner money lost to the bookies.
59. Leo Carr, 76.
Well, this is for his first win, and this could give us a little bit of table separation here in Group C. Double 18 for
Big
first
shot
win
in the
for
match,
Lee
Lee
Cox by 4 legs to 3 against Jamie Atkins. And so that first victory means that things just begin to separate between the top and the bottom. Atkins going to put himself to within a couple of points of John Worsley at the top of the pile. But Cox wins by 4 legs to 3. Atkins having match starts in a couple of legs. He could have won it 4-1. But it's Lee who gets over the line. 4-3. Next up is John O'Shea against James Richardson. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. So before the break, Lee Cox got the better of Jamie Atkins by 4 legs to 3. Next up for us is James Richardson up against John O'Shea. O'Shea, who's had a fantastic day up to press, taking on Richardson, who's made improvements from his Group A campaign. What are we going to see in this one? O'Shea, well, him and Worsley have kind of been poles apart, haven't they, from the rest of the field?
Yeah, for sure.
First leg, John to
These
go
two
first.
know each other very well, of course.
Game
Their
on.
4th meeting of the week.
Actually, remiss of me to mention that
29.
there were 6 180s in that previous game.
Yeah, 3
between me and
apiece.
Jamie.
Super game.
96.
I don't know why you're commenting, considering you're one of the top 10 worst players of all time.
177.
What did you ever go on and achieve, mate?
Nothing. Absolutely nothing.
I mean, you're not going to be considered as a GOAT because you didn't win the World
44.
Championship.
Correct. Didn't even come close.
Couldn't even get past a semi, could you?
140.
Well, neither could Wadey.
140. John Car 155.
155 for Shane. He's got a couple of visits to take it out here.
49.
Mind you, you've made more world semi-finals than Patrick Poppington has.
You have a point.
140. John Car 106.
106.
In fact, I've made more world semi-finals than 99.9% of the population.
92. James Car 81.
In darts, there's probably other sports out there.
Yeah, obviously darts. Button.
37.
So,
Johnny
double
Carr,
7 for
14.
O'Shea. Despite averaging well, he's had to have goes at some precarious doubles, hasn't he, today? And now a bite at double
10.
2, which doesn't go.
James
And
Car
so
44.
Richardson, the break chance on 44 to break the throw and open up a 1-0 lead. Double 16.
Getting shot on the first leg.
Found
James
1-0.
Richardson.
And there could have been some naive thinking that the way that
Second leg,
O'Shea and
James to throw
Worley been
first.
playing, that
Game on.
it's them two horses for the course and that everybody else will be playing and scrounging around for the other positions. But every player in this
81.
group, we've already seen it so far today, have got a big performance in their locker to match up against the sheer consistency of the top two.
Yep. And that's going to be key to qualification.
140.
The consistency. Who's going to be the most reliable?
Sean Bennett, that was a great game. Dirk van Dijvenbode, Ross Smith.
41.
Oh, yeah. That had some ton 80s in it, didn't it? Ross Smith, 4-3-2, Dijvenbode. Totally awesome. 31 180s thrown in a
57.
game. In the last leg decider. Yeah. I've been in a game with more.
133.
Another world semi-final for you to put in the psychiatrist chair.
Pack bounces O'Shea. Very nearly. A max.
Right, it's enough to leave him on a finish to get the break back. But he's possibly going to have to take out the 164 with Richardson lurking following that two trouble turning. He's going to get a poke at the 106. We've had 6 ton plus
92.
checkouts in
James
this
Car
session so
106.
far. So it's going to be 7 heaven for Richardson. Triple 18 doesn't go for it, but as impressive as the ton plus outs have been,
36.
these
John
types
Car
of
72.
combinations have been going literally 10 to the dozen. Tops.
52. James
Clips the
Car
bottom
70.
wire. Yeah, gives it another look. Opts for the 30 for 40.
Getting shot on the second leg. James Richardson.
And Richardson leads by 2 legs to 0. Halfway towards the
Third leg, John to throw
victory
first.
post in this
Game
particular
on.
encounter. O'Shea with sizable work to do. Let's just have a quick chat
134.
about tonight in Group B because, well, first and foremost, they've got some standard to live up to. But
60.
we've seen Gilbert and Harry play already this week. Out of the 3 players coming in, I get the sense of all 3 of them that we know what they can do, but we don't
95.
quite know where they're at the minute. Is that a fair assumption?
Yeah, they go 7-4 Harry Ward, his favourite. Dubby is 3-1. Gillett 4-1. 9-2 Gilbert. And Kieran
140.
T Hunt is 11-2.
100.
It's one of those, and I think in terms of winning it, I'm unsure. I think
44.
Dubby will come in fancying it, and I'd certainly have. I mean, Gilbert's 4th in the betting. I don't think I would have him that far adrift. And
140.
again, he may represent the value.
Do you think that is because the other three are proven
93,
in
John
this
Ricard,
building that they
32.
put him that way? They've gone more on historics and recency.
Yeah,
Getting shot on the third leg.
they
John
go on
O'Shea.
what's reputation.
Well, O'Shea brings it back to 2-1.
Fourth leg, James to throw first. Game on.
He's brought his average up to 94. There's a 14 darter there. And we should say that on John O'Shea's 2 previous appearances, he has played in Group
24.
C. He has qualified through Group C. So he knows this format like the back of his hand.
93.
And look, he promised us that as the week went along, we'd see
93.
a better or close to the best version of John O'Shea. And the evidence of today, he is showing it.
99. 100. 59. 100.
Well, Richardson closing in on a 3-1 lead.
45.
Well, this match was just in the balance before that turn of 45.
$96.
That will do for James. Forcing John to find a big turn. Needs a couple of trebles, one at least.
90.
Well,
James Ricard, 88.
Rescued the situation.
Bullseye. Doesn't go.
Learned his
45.
lesson as well, hasn't he?
John Ricard,
Making sure of the big
115.
number.
Well, this would be for his third ton plus out of the day. He's had a ton on the nose and a 116, and the 115 isn't going to follow suit. And so Richardson comes back chalking up for hoping to be chalking up a 3-1
48.
lead.
James Ricard, 43.
Double 16. And now up for double 8.
27.
Doesn't go, and
John
so a
Ricard,
shave for
67.
2 apiece, 67. It's going to be a dart, double 16, to
James
square
on the
this
fourth
contest
leg,
up
John
at
O'Shea.
2-2.
Fifth leg, John to throw first. Game on.
Genuinely, I'm just having a look at my notes from this afternoon, Mace, and
45.
I'm just looking at the numbers that are written all over it, and I genuinely, I'm not saying this for the sake of sitting right here, right now,
95.
cannot remember a Group C outside of a Champions Week with numbers like this.
Yeah, it's been impressive. Really impressive.
180.
3 ton plus averages. Many into the 90s.
60.
But we did call it at the beginning of the day. We were looking at the stats of the players coming in and the stats of the players that played this
60.
week. There wasn't a lot to separate them. The results have proved that. And the level of play, we thought we're going to see some good stuff. And that's exactly what we've got. In matter of fact, if you take out Richardson, who struggled
100.
yesterday for 78, everybody was in 3 points of each other in terms of either 12-month range or their stats for the week.
Yeah. Well, that was what was
140.
impressive about the Group A, wasn't it? The small range.
58.
Well,
John
A
Ricard,
3-2,
76.
and he's going to have 6 on this 76, will O'Shea. And he's going to have 2 in his hand at double 8.
60.
Needs more, but he will come back for them. All about just applying the pressure and see whether the break chance comes for Richardson.
38. John
He's not
Ricard,
able
16.
to make any inroads, and so O'Shea to move one away.
Game shown
And
on the fifth
O'Shea
leg. John
is a leg
O'Shea.
away. He leads 3-2.
Sixth leg James to throw first. Game on. .41. .96.
Don't forget to, if you haven't done
60.
so already, firstly, why haven't you, to subscribe to the Modus Super Series YouTube channel, where you got plenty of great bonus content available on
63.
there. Our social media team work night and day, go above and beyond to give us some of the content that's available on there.
137.
You can tune into our highlights package on the end of this session, which is tailor-made for your
100.
darting enjoyment. Plenty of bonus content available on there. You can listen to you can watch the highlights. Got
48.
the Draw for the Influencer charity event, the Bullseye Challenge, exclusive interviews, including that of Simon Whitlock and Mason Whitlock. And actually, I'll tell you, one of my favourite ones was a few weeks ago. We went
60.
BTS, behind the scenes, a finals night when Jimmy Van Schie won. If you want to know what a night at the Live Lounge is like, take a look at that.
44.
Here, O'Shea looking to close in on the win. He's got 6 on 182 to do exactly that.
.60.
John Hughes asking, does Chris still do exhibitions? Yeah, from time to time. Time permitting.
7 for the match to
Game
finish
shot
it off
in the match, John
beautifully.
O'Shea.
It's a 4-2 win for John O'Shea. So he gets the better of James Richardson. A real nice embrace between the pair at the end of that particular contest. These two have been getting on quite well, both on and off the hockey over the course of the last 4 days. But it's O'Shea who runs out the victor. Next up, it's Grearson against Worley. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. And for the break, John O'Shea got the better of James Richardson by 4 legs to 2, sealing the match with a 1-2-2 checker, his third of the day, sealing his third win of the day. Well, John Worsley's got the only 100% record left as far as his group is concerned. He takes on Martin Grearson, who's been solid and effective as far as the day is concerned. He's picked up 2 wins from 3, but when he's best, his doubling's been superb. 4 out of 4 in his previous game against Jamie Atkins, including 2 ton plus outs. But Worsley, in his previous match, averaged 103.66 against John O'Shea, 4 from 5 on the finishing, and had 3 combination finishes above the 80 mark, which he pinned trouble to double first time. And that double 12 has been his best friend today.
Game on.
Yeah, he's rocking around 60% on his finishes. Sorry I was late back, Henry. I was outside having a ciggy. I decided to take up smoking today. Oh dear.
7.
7. Not the start you want, especially against this man.
85.
Great recovery the last start. And that's actually been one of the things about John today. There hasn't been much, but whenever there has been a shaky bit, he's managed to recover it somehow.
41.
It's perhaps the one thing we could say about Martin is at times there's just a little bit too much in terms of the release. There could be a little bit too much of a pull on the release.
69.
Oh, sure, let's take a closer look. It's quite an aggressive throw. They're certainly thrown, aren't they?
140.
The points are almost buried to the barrel.
100.
Laura, John's partner, says him and James have massive respect. James is a gentleman. James is a real gentleman. Very popular on the circuit
45.
as the pair are.
Yep, he very much treats you the same whether he wins the game or loses.
Where are you on the opinion of you can be too nice at times?
100.
I think it all depends. Listen, predominantly it's what works for you as a player and what mental approach you like to take. Some players like to play with some kind of element of angst or ill feeling towards their opponent because it makes them
128.
focus and they enjoy that type of
147.
adrenaline. Other players just like to go up there and play with a smile on their face.
Double 18 for 147. And it would have been a break.
129. Martin O'Carr, 140.
Would have been apt with what's going on or what's happening this week. Saturday, to be precise.
Yeah, draw took place
44.
earlier on
John
today.
O'Carr, 18.
Double 9. Comes inside. There hasn't been many blots when it comes to the finishing for Worsley,
10.
but there has been
Martin
there.
O'Carr, 96.
And if there's been one thing that we can say about Martin Grearson, is his reliability in this kind of range. But he is sifted wide.
44. John O'Carr, 8.
So, double 4 for Worsley for the break and a 1-0 lead. Breaking more ways than one. One left.
Getting shot on the
And it's
first leg.
found,
John
and Worsley leads 1-0.
Second leg, John to throw first.
On the subject of snooker,
Game on.
the draw took place, as you mentioned, for the World Championship. Luca Brissell will get his defence underway against Dave Gilbert. That's a tough opener for the defending champion, who's a bit out of sorts. Robert Milkins against Pang
99.
Zhengzhu. Ali Carter against Stephen Maguire. Sean Murphy against Liao Haoshan. Mark Selby, Joe O'Connor could be a bit of a belter. As Kyron Wilson against Dominic Dale. John Higgins
97.
takes on the conqueror of Neil Robertson. Jamie Jones. Mark Allen takes on Robbie Williams. Judd Trumper, same for 5, stands out off the page. Ford against Walden. Shanganda Jack Jones. Mark Williams against Ji Zhao Wei. He was the one who got to the semis and beat Murphy last year, wasn't he?
Yep.
Ding Junhui against Jack Lazowski.
Ooh, that's a great game.
Proper
96.
game. This one could be good as well. Gary Wilson, Stuart Bingham, Barry Hawkins, Ryan Day. And Ronnie O'Sullivan gets his campaign underway against Jackson Page.
132. $138. John McCall,
Great thinking
130.
from Martin. Big fish versus little fish. Bull.
105.
Wait, a
Martin
dart was
Carr,
okay, just
170.
slightly lost the line.
So, from the little fish to the big fish. Well, that's not going to go, and so Worsley comes back 25 for a 2-0 lead.
84. John McCall, 25.
To back the break up with a hold. Double 12. He doesn't miss this. Apart from that particular occasion.
13.
But for all
Martin
the
O'Connor, 86.
heaps of praise we put on Worsley's finishing, he's 1 from 9 in this particular contest.
Is he going to be punished?
Game shot on the second leg. Martin
Back to
Grearson.
1-1.
Third leg, Martin to throw first. Game on. One out of them, 40.
And Martin's the type of player, once he takes opportunities like that, and that's so typical of him, taking out a finish like 86, he can just begin to build up a bit of steam. I'm just beginning to get the sense that
100.
Martin's the type of player that if he gets out the traps quickly, he's a hard player to beat. But if it goes the other way, then there could be 1 or 2 problems.
One out of them, 40.
So you think he's a bit of a front runner?
Well, that game against Jamie Atkins is probably a case in point of that. 2 ton-plus finishes to get the game started.
85.
And even Compton up until that point, and then ran away a 4-0 victor. That game against Lee Cox, he had to keep Lee at bay before then getting over the line. But it was that start we moved a couple of legs in front rather quickly, which helped him
180.
en route. And that maximum has left Grearson on an 11 dart leg. We've seen a few of them this week.
We have. I think we're up round
85. Martin O'Connor,
7 or 8.
41.
Two 16s. Lovely guide. There's
Being
no
shot on the
way
third
he was
leg,
going to miss with the
Martin
third
Grearson.
dart. 12 darter for Martin Grearson. He leads John Worsley by 2 legs to 1.
First. Game on.
Ricky asking, are there any good American snooker players? And they tend to, there was a lot of Canadians because they played a lot of billiards and a lot of snooker in
100.
Canada. But no, the Americans tend to move towards pool, and then there's different types of pool available, which they play a lot of in Asia, and they tend to
83.
be more focused on 9-ball, don't they?
Yeah, well, massive sport now. I tell you what, have you watched that documentary series with Ronnie
55.
O'Sullivan where he goes on the Hustle in America pool tours?
With Matt Smith.
Your sparring partner,
Yes.
Matt Smith.
Yeah, I did watch that. It was a few years ago. It was very interesting.
Yeah, Watford footballer, former Watford footballer Troy
60.
Deeney's playing the UK Open pool tournament.
Is he?
Indeed.
Good luck.
The scored probably one of the most infamous... We'll start that again.
84.
Scored one of the most infamous goals in Football League history in the playoff semi-final for Watford against Leicester. I'll show you the video between games. Almunia saves a penalty from Leicester in the last minute of
58.
normal time in the playoff semi-final. So it's deadlocked on aggregate. Penalty to Leicester. Saved by Almunia. They go at the other end. Watford break. And Deeney converts home from close range, running a cross by
92.
Hogg on the right-hand side towards the edge of the box. Deeney slots it home into the bottom corner from around about 6 yards out, and the pandemonium was quite the something.
I bet it was.
80. John Car 170.
The fish.
The crowd are on the pitch.
Indeed they were.
98.
A bit like Fratton Park on Tuesday. That 140 leaves Grearson on a 2-darter, and what for him is makeable range. This is makeable range for the pair. One in hand at tops.
Getting shot on the fourth
He's
flag. John
rediscovered
Wesley.
that doubling touch, and back we go to 2-2.
Fifth flag Martin to throw first. Game on.
Luke Brearley, watching from Coventry, what chance do you give us against Manchester United on Sunday? Yeah, of course, Coventry from the Championship in the
Semi-final, isn't
FA
it?
Cup semi-final
83.
against Manchester United on Sunday.
Well, every chance it's United.
They've improved over the last few weeks, but I actually said at the time, I said to somebody who works here that in some ways it's probably the
140.
perfect draw for Coventry, because you're playing a big club like Manchester United, where the United turn up, then they'll beat them. But United do have that fallible game in there, whereas if they played Man
58.
City, it can just be a little bit of a false dawn. But if Coventry made the final, what a story that would be. The last team from outside the Premier League to make the final of the FA Cup was Cardiff City back in 2008.
99.
They lost to Portsmouth in the final. What odds of a Chelsea v Coventry final?
Nell saying Steve Davies used to take the Yanks on at Paul. Yeah, that was the
60.
Moscone Cup, really. That's what that was all about. That was a great era. Earl Strickland and Jimmy White playing in it. And
Well, he did play once at the World Championships, Steve Davies. He played that game against Earl Strickland. And he played the ultimate power play, because Strickland is getting abuse left, right and centre from the crowd.
131.
All integrated himself. And then Steve Davies, between racks, knows that Strickland's head's gone. The crowd are giving him abuse. And so he's taken a
100.
tactical
Jonah Carr,
comfort
131.
break at the perfect time.
what, like Phil Taylor's against John Part in the UK Open? What was that, 9-0? No,
91.
10-0 or 9-0 or something?
It's before last leg decider, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it does happen. It does happen in darts where players occasionally get
33.
caught short
John
or
Carr,
forgot
40.
to do such business before a game.
Ooh, double 15. Buckled the wire of dart 1.
25.
Well, yeah, well, back in the
Martin Carr 167.
BBC days, of course, you didn't have the commercials every 5 legs or every set or whatever. Needed a bladder the size of a football.
58. John Carr 15.
Yeah, sometimes you would in a best of 7 game you'd be on and you'd be off. Simple as that. No intervals. Double 4.
Game shot on the
3-2
fifth flag.
Worsley
John
leads.
Wesley.
Hungry Horse, would anyone agree the standard of darts is on par with the Embassy World Championships
flag
from
John to throw
77 to
first.
83? No,
Game on.
because they're not comparable, because the boards and equipment aren't comparable.
$59.
So, Wigan Athletic, yeah, they did win the FA Cup against Man City, but they were in the Premier League that time. They won the FA Cup. Ben Watson,
60.
towering header in the last minute in 2013. And then they got relegated 3 days later with a defeat to the Emirates against Arsenal.
Oh, wow.
Birmingham City have also won
The
the league.
highs and lows.
100.
Absolutely. Birmingham City won the League Cup in 2011 and got relegated from the Premier League. And one last Portsmouth alert. They lost the FA Cup final against Chelsea in 2010, having already been relegated.
45.
Alan Green says, do you ever watch Ultimate Pool, Henry or Chris? No, I don't. No.
I've seen it once or twice. Stephen Jameson does a bit on that, doesn't he?
I actually went to the Moscone Cup when it was at York Hall, Bethnal Green, a place that I used to go a lot for the boxing, of course. And the atmosphere in there was just remarkable.
I'd love to go to Ali Pali and watch it because they've really found a home there.
97.
If anybody can source some tickets, I'd be more than thankful.
$100.
So Worsley 102 to take out the match.
139. John O'Carr 102.
Easier finish of the two. One to win the match, one to save it.
Tops for Worsley.
82.
Doesn't go, and so Grearson returns for
160.
160 to take us all the way to a last leg decider. Not to be, but I'll tell you what, it's a handy guide to try and find a jumble to set up. That's
60.
just above the
John
wire,
O'Carr,
and so
20.
Worsley to make it 4 out of 4. Double 10. One left.
10. Martin O'Carr 100.
Not found. And this is for a break. Tops.
60. John O'Carr 10.
2 5s for the match, for the win. Foul
James
for
on the match, John
Worsley
Worsley.
to seal a 4-2 win against Martin Grearson. 4 for 4 from the rumble. So much so it's making our voices go. 82, 89 the average in the end. 4 from 20 on the doubles. I'm off to get a cough sweet and we're going to watch O'Shea and Cox.
Welcome back to what has been a very exciting opening to Group C. Here are the results so far, and it's been a mixed bag for everybody, excluding John Worsley, who has been absolutely outstanding so far. In terms of the table, it looks like that for that very reason. 4 from 4 for John Worsley. John O'Shea having a much better day than Monday, Tuesday or Wednesday. Grearson, Richardson, Atkins, Cox, all still in the mix, but none of them can really afford to drop a game. And up next, it is John O'Shea up against Lee Cox. John O'Shea can, well, put himself in a great spot overnight with a win here, and on the evidence of what we've seen so far, I fancy him to do the business. Well, a couple of questions in the chat if you do want to get involved. The chat room is open on the Modus Super Series YouTube channel. If you have any questions via our social medias at MSS Darts, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok and X. Put a question in, and the answer is the same for both, really. Which dart player would you want to take a penalty in the last minute to win your team the cup?
42.
And who is the best pool player in darts? Well, it's the same answer. If you would have seen Gezi Price on Soccer AM, which I'm sure you did, Henry, he's absolutely mustard. And
45.
well, he even has his own pool table, and he practices regularly, and by all accounts, is absolutely mustard.
134.
Well, rugby player by trade, so he should be handy at a fair few things.
$45.
Back to the theme of darts back in the day, saying the darts were thicker. Yeah, we didn't. There's no such thing as 95% tungsten darts back in the day. They just didn't make them. And the art back in the day was hitting a treble 20 across the 60 bed. You can hit them vertically now because the target errors are so much bigger, and the darts now, of course, are so much thinner.
97.
No staples in the boards anymore. No thick round wires that would often move about.
108. Change on the car. 48.
For 1-0 lead, it's Tots for O'Shea. And 1-0 he does move his way in front.
Harry White wants to know what darts that
Second leg leaders
Harry
go
Ward
first.
uses. We will endeavour to find that out for you.
180.
Wow.
$57.
I think they're his own signature dart, aren't they? I'm not 100% sure, but
100.
They were signed on, wasn't he, to a manufacturer during his heyday in the
40.
PDC. I suppose when you're in Pro Tour titles, you're going to be signed up to somebody.
no, Kevin, I wasn't in Newbury last weekend.
100.
I had full of people for 3 days solid.
48. Leo Carr 121.
To level up this contest, 121 for Cox.
Yeah, time on his side here. Make a ball.
59.
Would have preferred that shot. It would have left him a single to double combination. Now we'll have to potentially burn
60.
a dart if he doesn't
Leo Carr,
find a
62.
treble on dart 1. A lot of players now who do like tops are
Getting shot on
opting
the
for that
second leg.
54
Legal.
double 4 route on 62, because if the 4 or the 18, they can hit
Third
a
leg
4
shot
or
on the
18 to
first.
get them to
Game
tops.
So level game, 1-1.
59.
And again, these two have got to know each other very well over the course of the week.
40.
Both played in Group A.
50. $140.
Very nearly a third max, averaging mid-90s. Last time out, averaged very nearly 94 with 3 180s and 50% on the doubles. Things beginning to click for Lee.
140.
And it could just be a case of going back to the practice room and saying, I've had enough of this.
83.
Well, it's a very easy sport to fall into that trap of
45.
over trying, and then things become very, very uncomfortable. Start engaging muscles that you don't need to use. You start to over grip, start to overthrow a lot, then
15.
pull, then push,
Leo car 136.
and then eventually you just sort of shut the brain down and throw like you do in practice, and everything falls into place.
46. Junior car 154.
154 to make it 2-1. Triple 18 gives him a dart at tops. And is nearly pinned by a shape.
Leo
Yeah.
car 90.
Lee in the background nodding his head, expecting that tops to land. Double 15. What a saver this will be.
60.
Not to
Junior
be,
car
so double
20.
10 for O'Shea to move himself 2-1 to the good. Both graze the wire. Third one isn't
No
found, and
score.
so Cox
Leo
comes
car
back.
30.
Double 15 is what he's looking for to get the break that he wants and to move himself 2-1 to the good.
No score.
Figure of
Junior
frustration.
car 20.
Well, this has kind of been the first real scrappy leg
Being
on the
shown the
doubles,
third
but
leg.
O'Shea
John
takes
O'Shea.
it.
Four flag leader through first. Game on.
Chris, what's your favourite place in Ireland? Oof. I've been all over it, but I do love Killarney.
80.
Being a huge rally fan, you'll understand why. I love Killarney, apart from the fact that it's
140.
picture postcard. But yeah, I love Kilkenny as well. Belfast for
125.
a night out is wonderful.
$134.
Remember, this is the pair's final game of the day,
80.
and thus will be the first meeting of tomorrow. And so by the time these two have seen off each other's acquaintances, it could be a case of O'Shea full steam ahead in trying to get through the group, and it could be
140.
over and out for Cox.
$60. Jonah car 87.
John O'Shea just falling into a nice rhythm where he's not having too much dwelling time. Bull for 3-1.
62. Leo car 156.
156 for a level game. We've already seen Lee have a couple of 146s, but the 156 isn't going to
55. Jonah car 25.
follow in similar suit. So, double 8 for a 3-1 lead.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
O'Shea
John
a
O'Shea.
leg away from what would be a near perfect day.
Fifth leg John to through first. Game on. $57.
You ever been to Germany, Henry?
I haven't, no. It's definitely on the to-do list. Do need to get out a bit more, I know that.
$85.
Well, how many times a day have you seen a player kick off a leg max and then miss dart 4?
30.
Dean Wells, is the Modus Super Series looked upon in a negative light by the upper echelons of darts? During the World's Air, Dan Dawson referred to it as battery farm darts,
139.
which suggests a negative connotation. I think that may be just Dan, but no, I know when I speak to the players, when I do the ITV
85.
events or the Talk Sport events or anything else I'm involved in, the Euro tours, they all watch it and all enjoy it
100.
and all say the same thing. If they didn't have a tour card, they'd be playing in it.
Well, this is for a 4-1 success for John O'Shea, who's already had 3
58.
top plus outs today. He's
John
already won his
120.
previous game, but 1-2-2 finish. Can he climb the ladder towards success? Tops
100. Leah Carl,
Almost.
148.
to save it. Another one of them would have left double 14, and so O'Shea to complete the victory.
140.
He's
John
looking
Carl,
at double
20.
10 for what
Being
is
shot on the
4
match,
wins
John
out of
O'Shea.
5 on his opening day. A 4-1 success against Lee Cox to end proceedings for the Joker. And he'll be very happy with his first day's work. Some real good performances in there. Nonetheless, the 109 against Jamie Atkins to start. He ends with an 81-81 against Cox. Coming up next is Worley up against Atkins.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the Modus Super Series as we reach the end of day 1 of Group C, penultimate match of this session. But don't forget, we're back at 10 o'clock tonight for the start of what looks to be an equally appetising Group B. Speaking of appetising, the match to follow, very famous chef as James plays
First leg,
Martin.
John to throw first. Game on.
Just a little bit of butter. As he puts
I like that. Yeah, just another half a pound of butter, it'd be fine.
81.
What about John and Jamie? I suppose Jamie's another very famous chef. I suppose you've got Jamie Oliver against John Charode.
58.
Not sure Gordon Ramsay would approve, mind. I don't think we can repeat Love and Air anything he says, can we?
83.
Well, not before the watershed.
$140.
John Worsley here with the opportunity of making it 5 from 5. And I can honestly say,
180.
hand on heart, I didn't expect anyone to go through the card today.
I thought it was going to be one of those groups where everybody was in a few points of one another and everybody would be in the mix.
57.
Coming into day 2. I'll tell you what, Jamie Atkins can feel a little bit hard done by only being on 2 points so far. His numbers for the day, 96, 97, lost. One with an 8-9. Okay, lost with an 8-3, then lost in the last leg decided with a 90 average. He's been solid
140. John
all day.
40.
Yeah, I cannot wait to crunch all of the numbers from this session. It'll make fascinating reading. And it may point us in the direction of why that man in shot
Game on.
may go 5 from 5.
$57. $95.
Been very focused as well throughout all of his matches today. Even in the interview you did with him this morning, Henry, he had a look about him, didn't he? He's come here with purpose.
Oh, the Tiger from the Rumble.
Yeah. Eye of the Womble
60.
doesn't have the same kind of effect, does it?
No. It was not quite overground, underground, but
140.
Worley is making significant ground as far as this group is concerned.
Did I ever tell you I knew the...
137. Jamie
or
164.
I met the son of the woman who wrote the
Wow.
Wombles. Yeah.
60.
Chris Mason's fact of the day. Well, what can Atkins make of this 104 then? To level up at one apiece, although Worley's going to make some huge inroads on this 209.
Yes, Elizabeth Berriford.
137. Jamie Carr 104.
Oh, the trouble there would have left in double 16, and so Worley's
96.
back for
Jamie Carr 72.
72 to make it 2-0. He'd have the break alongside 13 and ball it should be from here. Bullseye.
47.
Not to be.
Jamie Carr 8.
And so Atkins returns for double 4 to square this match up. One left. Not
4.
pinned.
Yeah, her son Marcus
John Lucar,
Marcus
25.
Robertson, which was her maiden name, her surname Robertson. He was on the board of directors of the PDC.
Great fact. Great
Being shown the
dart.
second leg,
2-0
John
Worley.
Worley. Third leg, John to throw first. Game on.
Is this more now about experience for Atkins? We certainly didn't expect him to Well, he was one that we singled out that thought would be right in the mix.
45.
And he's only picked up the one win. That's surprising for me. Still could win this one, of course.
Well, if James Richardson beats
93.
Martin Grearson, you could make a big argument that half of the work could have been done for Worley on day one, and O'Shea's got a massive step in the right direction.
Yeah, for sure.
And actually, by the time they play each other in round 3, proceedings could be
140.
over and done with. Back for 10 more games tonight.
98.
I'm going to have to go and find some Lemsip from somewhere.
$58.
Well, you will go out and over-celebrate on a school night. I have no sympathy for you.
$85. $98.
So 160 for Worley to open up a 3-0 advantage.
$123. Jonah Carr,
Brilliant
160.
final dart to take him down to a very doable finish.
$42. Jamie Carr,
How quick
102.
a leg can turn.
82 left. Bull or treble 14. And for the bullseye. And so Worsley's going to return for 118 to
42. Jonah Carr, 118.
put itself 3-0 to the good and then have Atkins' number.
Could go 48 ball, but he's looking to stay there. Only had the left-hand side to aim at. Treble 18, 78 left, 54 leaves 24.
58. Jamie Carr, 16.
So this is for the break back tops. Now, because his dart stand out, may have to look towards the top left corner.
Getting short of
Pins
the third leg,
it back
Jimmy
to
Atkins.
2-1. And back and throw.
Fourth leg, Jamie to throw first. Game on.
Jamie Atkins just giving himself a little bit of a reminder. Still fancies the job. And why not?
59.
There's only a leg in it. And we're on throw currently.
$40. $100.
Big passage in play because this game just feels like it's centering a little bit of a stalemate.
$94.
A wry smile from Worsley as that took a bump off the first start in the treble 20, skewing off into the treble 5.
$60.
And again, that's awkward for him, having to move. They actually look like they sit slightly up, but when you see from another angle, they're actually
58.
below horizontal to the floor, which means when he is on that top wire, he has to move.
Maxi for Atkins. From 2-0 down, he's on the cusp of making it 2-piece.
Tom Worsley, interestingly, starting on the treble 20 on 309.
85. Jamie Carr, 102.
We'll go bull, double 16.
Game shot on the
Pretty.
fourth leg, Jamie Atkins.
2-2.
Yeah, his first of the day.
Fifth leg, John to throw first. Game on.
The 8th altogether in the entirety of the session.
40th of the week.
140.
Incredible standard. Real incredible standard.
Could do a highlights package of just on ton plus finishes and it'd take 10 minutes.
96. $96. 57.
Searching around for a treble. Comes up dry. Should start on 19s, but fairly pointless as nothing Atkins can hit off 348 would leave a finish.
47.
That's when you can sometimes slightly overcomplicate the game and he's annoyed with himself.
$100.
Some real aggressive throwers. That board is holding up well.
92.
This is the 14th match of the session on the same board.
Yeah, when it gets changed at the end or between sessions on a
140.
Thursday and Friday.
26.
unless there's a significant damage or whatever to it. 126 for Worley. The bullseye for 3-2 lead. It would have been his first on top of the day.
108.
He can go for the 19s here, or the 17s, but single 19 leaves double 16.
76. John Lucar 25.
Not to be, and so Worley 25. Double 12. How fruitful has this been for him today? And it's fruitful again, and listen to them all. The first real sign of emotion for the one ball today.
Well, that was an incredible dart because
Six leg.
the
Jim, you
dart
throw
had
first.
masked the clean route in to just sort of try and slide down the side of it. So had to shuffle over a couple of inches and change the line of entry.
60.
Better looking dart than it may have looked.
$100. $96.
One more game after this. Richardson against Grearson, but Worley now a leg away from a 4-2 success, which would complete the perfect day as far as he's concerned.
99.
5 from 5.
$96.
Jamie Atkins still with other ideas. I mean, he does need a win here. I think the way that Worley and O'Shea have played today, if
45.
that continues tomorrow, I'm not sure he's going to be able to catch them.
$57.
Can he dink one? Yep.
140.
Dropped it in over the top.
To round off the day, we have a ton topper, and it would be the perfect day for John Worley.
After the perfect visit from Atkins. So gets 2 bites of the cherry here. If he doesn't hit the treble 20, but keep straight, it'll be treble 19 and tops to win it 4-2. Tops it is.
Game
And a win it
John
is,
Worley.
and a perfect day it is for the Womble. And you can see how much that meant to John Worley. A 117 check to end what has been a perfect day. A 4-2 win against Jamie Atkins, who has played some good stuff, but he hasn't picked the points up. That, the tale of the tape from that particular affair. One game to go. Richardson against Grearson is after this.
Welcome back to the final match of this session in Group C, and it sees James taking on Martin. James Richardson taking on Martin Grearson. In terms of the table, Martin currently sat on 4 points with 2 wins. James a spot behind him, picking up just the one
First
win
leg,
so
James
far
to throw
today, and
first.
it'll be another day that you may feel that
Game on.
could or maybe should have got a little bit more out of the day so far. But I don't think anybody
100.
ending on 2 points today will be able to catch either O'Shea or Worsley.
And realistically, 4 points is possibly a big...
Yeah, a
93.
4 point swing is massive. But a 6 point swing to P2, which is the final qualifying slot,
100.
I just don't see where the points come from.
I'll tell you one thing for certain, Worsley and O'Shea are going to be massive James Richardson fans about now. Have a 6 point gap for Worsley, 4 point gap for
58.
O'Shea. Massive overnight. Now, these two will meet in the first game of tomorrow's session. So if Grearson won both of these, then depending on legs difference,
60.
or depending on the margin of victory, he could move into second spot, or worst case, to be level on points of O'Shea. On 8.
60.
But Richardson must be thinking it's just been a case so far this week of it just hasn't quite
81.
worked out for one reason or another.
Yeah, and that can happen. We've seen it from many, many players on many, many occasions. That's just sport.
135. James McCall,
So 160 for Richardson to take out the opening leg. And one of them tops. Oh, that's a wild one.
125. Martin McCall, 155. $59. James McCall, 35.
So for 1-0 lead, 35 here for Richardson. Double 16.
Three.
Couldn't make the
Martin
adjustment.
McCall, 96.
He took a little bit too long thinking about that, and he may be made to pay.
60. James McCall, 32.
Double 16. Double 8. Scrounging around the doubles.
28.
And cannot find
Martin
one,
McCall,
cannot
36.
pin one.
Couldn't have been any closer on darts 2 and 3, could he?
Double 18. Now double 9.
Game shot on
Finds
the
it,
first leg.
breaks,
Martin
leads
Grearson.
1-0.
Some dart.
Second leg, Martin to throw first. Game on.
6 darts at a double there for James Richardson. Both in. Ooh.
120.
That one was in, and then it spat back out again.
$100. $58.
Couldn't back up that opening visit, and it's just giving hope to James.
55.
Oh, to the left of it, below it, and right above it. When they're not going to go, they're not going to go.
100.
Mark asks, why do you think Phil has struggled in the seniors? Purely down to the lack of dedication and practice. Yeah, as talented as Phil was, he was
100.
well manufactured's a bit strong, but I don't think there will ever be another dart player that works as hard at his game than Phil. And when
26.
COVID started putting in restrictions and he couldn't do exhibitions, and then we had lockdown, and because of his concerns for his health, he literally didn't do anything dart related for over 2 years. And it doesn't matter how talented you are, if you don't do something for 2 years, to all of a sudden think it's automatically going to go back to the way it was.
139.
Well, as we can see,
121.
it didn't and hasn't. And due to issues with his hips and his ability to actually stand at the board for hour upon hour, means he is where he is.
And this is for a 2-0 lead for Grearson. Tops it is.
$23.
Doesn't go.
James your car 38.
Double 16.
Game shot on the second
Levels
leg.
up,
James
1-1.
Richardson.
Gets the break back, is as
Third
you
leg,
were.
James to throw first. Game on. One out of them, 40. One out of them, 40.
Trading 140s. See the flight of the dart through the air
60.
as it gets into its aerodynamic position. As you can see now, you can see from that angle how stacked the darts are of Grearson.
95.
Just by the angle of
60.
entry, you can see why, when he is in tip-top form, why he hits so many 180s.
$80.
O'Donnell says Martin Grearson is my JDC Academy coach. Oh, nice one. It's great to see that he's working with the next generation of superstars. Remember, Luke Littler, a product of the JDC system.
85.
Wonder how many Luke Littlers is out there.
Well, when you've got 10-year-olds averaging 104, the future looks kind of bright.
That is scary. Really scary.
81. Martin Carr 101.
Well, 101 here for Grearson to get the break and to lead 2-1. Treble 19 for double 12.
54. James Carr 104.
For the hold. And I suggest this has got to go. Should stay there. Double 12.
And that now means every
James
player
on
in
the
this
third
group
leg,
has had a
James
tub plus
Richardson.
finish. The 104 for Richardson goes, leads 2-1.
Fourth leg Martin to throw first. Game on.
If my math is right, is that 10 now today?
81.
So 42 for the week.
Not bad going.
125.
A nice even number. I like that.
You one of those with the remote, it's got to be even numbers unless it's 5.
Nah, Charlotte is though.
100.
I'll just, but she gives me a look. 'Cause if they don't leave it on 15, 16 or 14. Come on.
Because what's going to happen
80.
if you leave it on 17?
I know. Apocalypse. Who knows?
$44. $100. $100.
So 6 for Richardson from 196.
$100.
Would have loved a 140 there to leave a 2-dart finish.
$85. James Lucar 96.
To move himself 3-1 in front.
$56. Martin Lucar 91.
To be so Grearson 91 for a level match in our final game of the session. The bullseye doesn't go, and so
46.
Richardson's back for the break of
James
3-1.
Lucar 40. Game shot on the 4th flag. James Richardson.
And 3-1 it is.
5th flag. James to throw first. Game on. $58. $42.
So the 58 not punished.
96. $96. $60.
He's just about holding on to the throw by a dart or a bit, but it's far from convincing.
96.
Now he does really have to be careful, leaving himself vulnerable to a break back.
100. $43.
So 6 starts from 187 for Richardson to seal a 4-1 success. He'll move him on to 4 points. So
95.
you'd actually leapfrog Martin Grearson as far as the table is concerned.
Yeah, on leg difference.
And importantly, if he wins it in this leg, he would do it with, and he'd have a legs difference of
44.
0.
James Lucar 92.
Oh, needed one of those trebles.
52.
It's okay though. No finish for Grearson.
So Tots Richardson to
41. James Lucar
seal a
40.
4-1 win.
Game
And
shot
in
and
it
the
goes,
match.
and it's a
James
win for
Richardson.
James Richardson to round off the day's action. He moves on to 4 points in the group. Worley and O'Shea are going to have a big buffer at the top of proceedings. So that's the tail of the tape from our final game. We're going to head to the studio and analyse all the action after this short break. And so 15 games have come and gone here at the Live Lounge. Your boss, myself and Chris Mason have been watching dart for dart in the commentary box. Right, these are the results from the matches that we have seen. And, well, really, two players dominating proceedings.
Yeah, two players were absolutely outstanding, weren't they? And John Worley and John O'Shea, the two Johns. We had the two Harrys from Group A. This time it's the two Johns, and they've been very impressive. Worley, I thought, was outstanding and has obviously been putting a lot of work in. And eventually John O'Shea's got it right today. There was flashes over the course of the 3 days, and we did suggest that the players are able, that are in Group A, to play themselves into some form. And my goodness, that 109 average earlier was something special. And he could have backed that up with a better one. If he'd hit the double, he'd have had a 109 followed by 111.
He did, but his only defeat was to John Worley, who in that particular match, his combination finishing, those pots, those 81s, those 84s were superb.
Yeah, it was 4 out of 5 on the doubles. He missed tops for a 15-darter in leg one, then took out 84 in 2, 84 in 2, and 81 in 2. Outstanding.
It really, really was, and we can see it on your screen there. And in every single leg as well, pretty much, O'Shea was left on a finish, so these had to go. Yeah,
exactly. That's what made it even more impressive. And it's quite strange we've seen it from players. Lee Cox especially, you start off missing doubles, you'll tend to have a day of missed doubles. But if you start hitting them, you tend to keep some element of efficiency in that department. And he's rightly at the top of the table. And for me, the second best player on the day is John O'Shea, and he's in P2 and in a good spot, especially after that win there for James.
It's amazing what 24 hours can do for a darts player, isn't it?
Yeah, well, I say all the time, even from game to game, you're dealing with the tiniest of margins, and you can put 3 across the top wire and throw 3 what feel like perfect darts, and only get 60 for it. And you can throw sometimes 3 darts that are a little bit left-hand side, right-hand side, get a deflection, go in the middle, and score a max.
What was it about John O'Shea that you were so impressed with today?
The fact that he used the Group A as very much as preparation for this Group C. I think he's forgotten what's happened before him and the disappointment that went with some real struggles, and came out today and came out firing. And listen, he is trying to adapt to a slightly different throw, and he's using slightly longer stems, but it's paid dividends today.
Martin Grearson, how pleased were you? Obviously, it's not been a while since we've seen him here, and he's settled really nicely on the stage.
Yeah, he's had some good bits, but when you're in a group like this, when you've got 2 at the top, which are not head and shoulders, but they're certainly playing at a slightly different level to the rest of the field, always going to be tough. He'd be disappointing to have lost that last game, and he'd probably feel like he'd still be in the mix on 6 points. But if those 2 at the top replicate or something similar to tomorrow as they did today, they won't be cool.
Well, there have been some great averages over the course of the day where we saw some great ton tops at the beginning of the session. We can have a look at them in a little bit more detail now. So have a look at that. 109, 103, 101, 96, 96. And some of them were in defeat.
Yeah, and I mean, that's only 5 of them that, that's the 5 from 96, 97 onwards. We've seen 93s, 94s. But yeah, very, very impressive. And like I say, look at the names littered by the side of those numbers. It's the 2 at the top.
It most certainly is. Right, so one last thing for us to do. That's to have a look at the table following the end of day one's play. And you get the sense that Worley and O'Shea, they've got a foot into Saturday night potentially. Yeah,
I agree. Like I say, there'd have to be a massive downward turn in form and numbers from Worley and O'Shea to allow the rest of the field in there. I just don't see where, I can see Richardson, Grearson, Atkins and Cox beating each other tomorrow, but I just don't see where the points come from to catch the top 2.
Well, it's been a fun day, hasn't it? And we do it all again tonight.
We do. 10 o'clock.
Yeah, we'll see you there. 10 o'clock for Group B. But as far as Group C is concerned, it's Worley and O'Shea that lead the way.